सांगितलं होतं.
अनाउंसमेंट कर दीजिए सबको बैठने के लिए और
कुंभोजकर सरांचा फोन आहे. किती वेळ लागेल विचारा.
हॅलो हॅलो हॅलो
हां, एक मिनिट. श्रीपाद बोल ना. सरांचं.
हॅलो बोल 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 अबे हा भाऊ म्हणतो निघाले म्हणून.
कृपया सर्वांनी खाली बसावे. सर्वांनी बसून घ्यावे. काय झालं?
निघाले
Melissa Valavalkar, madam, please. May I request Valavalkar, madam. Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bonded labor, also known as debt bondage, is a modern form of slavery where a person is forced to work to pay off a debt. It is a cycle that is often impossible to escape because the employer manipulates the terms of the debt so the interest outplaces the wages. To curb this menace, Maharashtra State Legal Services Authority, in collaboration with International Justice Mission, has organized Maharashtra State Consultation on strengthening justice, advancing law enforcement, and rehabilitation on responses to bonded labor. It is a sankalp, that is a commitment, to end bonded labor on Golden Jubilee of the Bonded Labor Abolition Act 1976. I, Deshpande, Secretary, District Legal Services Authority, Pune, welcome all of you to this esteemed state consultation on strengthening justice. We are deeply honored and privileged to have amongst us Honorable Shri Justice Ravindra V. Guge, Judge, Bombay High Court and Executive Chairman, Maharashtra State Legal Services Authority, Mumbai. I welcome Honorable Lordship, respected Shri M.S. Azmi, Member Secretary, Maharashtra State Legal Services Authority, Srimati Melissa Valavalkar, National Program Director, International Justice Mission, all DLSA secretaries across state of Maharashtra, IJM team, labor officers, Women and Child Department representative, Relief and Rehabilitation Department representative, public prosecutors, Social Welfare Department representatives, NGO representatives, journalists, panel lawyers, police personnel, PLVs, etc. You all must be curious about the folding papers kept on your tables. It is a sankalp, commitment to end bonded labor by taking hand in hand. So, let us take a hand in hand for Maharashtra's renewed resolve for a bonded labor-free state. As we all know, Maharashtra State Legal Services Authority effectuates the constitutional mandate enshrined under Article 14 and 39A of Constitution of India under the valuable guidance of NALSA. The object is access to justice for all. The Malsa song lyrics कुणी न राहो वंचित आपल्या हक्कासाठी reflects the spirit of Article 39A of Constitution of creating public awareness about the facilities provided by the Legal Services Authority to the poor, needy, illiterate, and voiceless sections of the society easily possible. Let us start today's conference with a salute to the contribution of Malsa by playing the meaningful song to inaugurate today's consultation program.
कोणी न राहील वंचित आपल्या हक्कासाठी कोणी न राहील शोषित मुकाट जगण्यासाठी पंख मोकळे पसरू आता आकाशावर उडण्यासाठी सत्याला तेव्हा फुटेल वाचा वास्तव सारे येईल पोटी सदैव आम्ही उभे राहतो करावया रक्षण महाराष्ट्राचे विधी सेवा प्राधिकरण आले न्यायालय हो 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 महाराष्ट्राचे विधी सेवा प्राधिकरण तुम्ही ना आता दुर्बल निर्बल सोबत न्यायालय हे निर्भयतेने चला जगूया आले सुवर्ण क्षण हे न्यायालय आले हो दुरितांच्या दारी पीडितांची दुःखेही मिटणार सारी सर्वांच्या जगण्यास मिळेल उभारी गरिबांची स्वप्ने घेतील भरारी आली आता चालून सौख्याची वारी हक्काची आली ही संधी सोनेरी दुर्बल आयुष्यावर आनंदाची धुळण महाराष्ट्राचे विधी सेवा प्राधिकरण आले न्यायालय हो महाराष्ट्राचे विधी सेवा प्राधिकरण आले न्यायालय हो महाराष्ट्राचे विधी सेवा प्राधिकरण
Thank you. To mark the commencement of today's program, we choose a gesture that looks towards the future. Before we begin, we take a moment to nourish the life before us. May I request all distinguished dignitaries on the dais to inaugurate today's consultation by watering the plant. As the water meets the soil, it reminds us that with the right environment and a little bit of care, even the smallest sprout can reach the sky. Thank you, Honorable Lordship. It is our honor to welcome the esteemed dignitaries who have graced the occasion with their presence. Welcoming with a sapling is a beautiful eco-friendly gesture. It symbolizes growth, sustainability with the roots of justice. To welcome Honorable Shri Justice Ravindra Ghuge, Judge, Bombay High Court, I request respected Member Secretary, Maharashtra State Legal Services Authority, Shri Mohammad Salman Azmi. Honorable Lordship completed schooling at St. Xavier's High School, Kolhapur, and obtained his degree in 1990, standing first in moot court competitions at college and university level. Honorable Lordship practiced in Bombay. Okay, thank you, Lordship. To welcome respected Shri Mohammad Salman Azmi, Member Secretary Malsa, Bombay High Court, I request Melissa Valavalkar. Thank you, sir, ma'am. To welcome respected Melissa Valavalkar, I request respected Deputy Secretary Shripad Deshpande. I also welcome on behalf of Maharashtra State Legal Services Authority and IGM team, Dr. Respected Principal District and Sessions Judge Girish Agrawal, District Government Pleader Aurangabad Shri Avinash Deshpande, Annapurna Singh, Additional SP Aurangabad, Dr. Pratap Kale, Additional Divisional Commissioner. Thank you for being here. Thank you, sir. Aristotle said, I quote, "The end of bonded labor is only the preservation of a life not worth living," I unquote. Now turning towards the official release of standard operating procedure on special cell, which has been prepared to streamline the functioning of the special cell, clearly defining its structure, roles, responsibilities, and processes. It seeks to ensure uniformity, accountability, and efficiency in addressing the legal needs of unorganized social workers, including facilitation of access to welfare schemes, legal awareness, dispute resolution, and grievance redressal. I humbly request Honorable Shri Justice Ravindra Ghuge to release Maharashtra Standard Operating Procedure on Special Cell prepared by Maharashtra State Legal Services Authority in collaboration with International Justice Mission. I also request Honorable Lordship to release poster and a book Seva Sahakarya by Suhas Palimkar Bid on bonded labor and creating awareness about other menas. Shri Suhas Palimkar is present today. Thank you. Thank you, Lordship. All these posters are prepared to create awareness in respect of all social evils, such as bonded labor, Thank you, Honorable Lordship. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now, I cordially invite Srimati Melissa Valavalkar, National Program Director, International Justice Mission, to deliver. This is the book written by Suhas Palimkar. I request ma'am to deliver welcome speech.
Good morning and a warm welcome to all as we gather to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the Bonded Labor Act. I welcome our chief guest, Honorable Shri Justice Ravindra Guge, Judge of the Bombay High Court and Executive Chairman, Maharashtra State Legal Services Authority, Mumbai, Shri M.S. Azmi, Member Secretary, Maharashtra State Legal Services Authority, Mumbai, Honorable and esteemed judges present here, respected officials from the Labor Department, Social Justice Department, Relief and Rehabilitation Department, Women and Child Welfare Department, and the Police Department, respected officers of the District Legal Service Authorities, distinguished officers and colleagues. It is both a privilege and a profound responsibility for us as we gather to reflect, deliberate, and renew our commitment to ending bonded labor in Maharashtra. Your presence here as leaders of justice, governance, and social protection signals the seriousness with which our state confronts one of the most persistent and hidden forms of exploitation. Let me begin with a story. On the 7th of October 2025, in Tadagaon of Beed district, there was a 6-year-old girl whose world had been bounded by sugarcane fields. She had never seen the inside of a classroom. Childhood for her meant labor. And yet, when someone finally asked her what she wanted from life, her answer was, "I want to go to school. I want to become a police officer." That fragile dream did not survive by chance. It survived because the institutions represented in this room chose to act with conscience. The district administration, the District Legal Services Authority of Beed, the police, the child welfare committees, and the committed civil society partners did what only a system guided by justice and compassion can do. You used the power entrusted to you in the way it was meant to be used. Because of you, 13 human beings, 10 of them being children, walked out of exploitation into freedom. And when Sri Sayed, Secretary of the DLSA, personally went out to buy new clothes for these children, it was a profound reminder that justice is not only delivered from the bench or the office, it is also carried out in small, deeply human acts. This is justice as it should be, standing shoulder to shoulder with the most vulnerable. Tadagaon is not unique. In June 2025 in Ambora, Beed, 15 children, some given away by desperate parents, were rescued from years of unpaid coerced labor. What followed next is worth pausing over. 9 perpetrators were arrested. An FIR was registered within 48 hours. And within 70 days, an 800-page charge sheet was filed. This is historic. And this was not confined to one district. Across Beed, Ahilyanagar, and Raigad, we see the same institutional seriousness. The law applied with speed, care, and discipline, protection mechanisms activated without hesitation, and judicial processes treated as instruments of justice. Today, as we commemorate 50 years of the Bonded Labor System Abolition Act 1976, we honor a law that fundamentally changed India's moral and constitutional landscape. By abolishing bonded debt, criminalizing coercion, and mandating rehabilitation, the Act declared that dignity is not optional and freedom is not a gift, it is a right. According to the Ministry of Labor and Employment, over these 5 decades, 297,000 bonded laborers have been rescued nationwide, proving that the law can be a lifeline. Maharashtra stands at the forefront of this mission. Since 2020, 537 victims have been rescued across the state, with coordinated action from the Labor Department, police, DLSAs, child welfare committees, and civil society. The victims rescued in our state and the 50 active cases we have currently remind us that freedom is never final. It must be vigilantly defended. Esteemed judges and respected guests, you are not just the custodians of statutes. You are the guardians of liberty, the stewards of dignity, the hands that transform legal principle into lived reality. Every policy you implement, every intervention you oversee, every case you adjudicate is a testament to the enduring power of law and governance. And robust administrative mechanisms for identification, rescue, prosecution, and rehabilitation. Maharashtra's judiciary, law enforcement, and civil administration have repeatedly demonstrated that rescue is possible, prosecution is achievable, and restoration is meaningful. These outcomes reflect not only effective administration but the steadfast guidance of the judiciary, whose words have carried weight far beyond courtrooms, whose insistence on dignity has changed how institutions respond, and whose faith in the Constitution has translated again and again into freedom for people who had none. Honorable Chief Justice Ghugge Sir, Shri Azmi Sir, and respected judges, it is in that spirit of judicial leadership that we look to this dais today. The authority of this bench has over time not only guided legal interpretation, but also sensitized, trained, and brought focus to the functioning of institutions, ensuring that justice is not only administered, but understood and implemented effectively. It is this powerful and formative influence of the judiciary that now assumes particular importance. Addressing an issue as deep-rooted and complex as bonded labor requires more than episodic intervention. We believe that sustained institutional effort and shared learning across departments can create a lasting impact. We believe judiciary-focused training facilitated by the Maharashtra State Legal Services Authority can help ensure that the earliest steps of identification and rescue are taken with clarity and confidence. Similarly, when police officers, labor department, and other key departments are equipped and aligned with the state action plan and standard operating procedures, the response becomes coherent, consistent, and accountable. So the examples set by your judicial stewardship can fortify these frameworks, giving them resilience, purpose, and the power to safeguard the vulnerable. Today's consultation is thus more than a review of progress. It is an opportunity, under the stewardship of this august judicial presence, to confer permanence on freedom itself. It's a resolve to ensure that every arm of the state speaks the same constitutional language. It's a resolve to ensure no child is left behind, no family trapped, and that Maharashtra continues to lead India in eradicating this most insidious form of human exploitation. On behalf of IJM, I once again thank you for making the effort to be here today. We rely on your collective wisdom and experience as we spend time deliberating and finding solutions. I welcome you to this day-long consultation in the hope that justice will be served, freedom pursued, and a dream of Maharashtra completely free of bonded labor be realized over the next 10 years. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you, Madam. Now I request respected Shri M.S. Azmi, Member Secretary, Maharashtra State Legal Services Authority, for a key.
Good morning. On the dais, Honorable Justice Ravindra V. Ghugge, Senior Administrative Judge, Bombay High Court, and Executive Chairman, Maharashtra State Legal Services Authority, Dr. Valvalkar, Project Director, IJM, Secretaries of the dais, Secretaries of Principal District and Session Judge, Aurangabad, Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar, other stakeholders, officers, DLSA secretaries. This consultation and ensure a structured response to bonded labor cases. Paralegal volunteers and legal aid panel lawyers are key partners in this effort. Their engagement at grassroots level enables early identification of exploitation and ensures the legal and rehabilitation measures which reach beneficiaries in a timely manner. This consultation brings together the judiciary, legal services institutions, law enforcement agencies, government department, civil society organization, and resource persons on a common platform. The working sessions planned today are designed to encourage practical discussion on enforcement, rehabilitation, and scheme implementation. The inclusion of survivor testimonies is particularly important as it reminds us that our efforts must ultimately be measured by their impact on human life. I am confident that the deliberation today will lead to actionable outcome and strengthen Maharashtra's institutional response to the bonded labor. I express my sincere gratitude to Lordship for taking out time from his Lordship's busy schedule and blessing us today with his presence. I once again welcome all participants and wish the consultation meaningful and productive deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. An American author, Seth Godin, said, I quote, "Leadership is the art of giving people a platform for spreading ideas that work," I unquote. We are fortunate to get an opportunity to witness a thought-provoking address of a visionary and navigator of flagship of knowledge, the Honorable Shri Justice Ravindra Ghoke, Executive Chairman of Maharashtra State Legal Services Authority. I most humbly request His Lordship to enlighten us with his valuable words.
A very good morning to one and all. We have started this function dot on time. That indicates our involvement, commitment, and the attempt to strengthen this movement. Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, I extend my respectful greetings to the officers of the Maharashtra State Legal Services Authority, officials of the International Justice Mission, secretaries of district legal services authorities from across the state, officers of the state government, representatives of the district and taluka legal services committees, members of the bar, public prosecutors, legal aid panels, paralegal volunteers, representatives of law enforcement and labor enforcement agencies, officers of the labor, social welfare, and relief and rehabilitation departments, representatives of civil society organizations, including International Justice Mission, academicians, subject experts, social workers, resource persons, and all distinguished participants. This program reflects Maharashtra's renewed institutional resolve to confront bonded labor in all its forms and to ensure that access to justice reaches those who have remained invisible for far too long. Its significance is further heightened as we mark the 50 years of the Bonded Labor System Abolition Act 1976. The completion of 50 years of the Bonded Labor System Abolition Act is not merely a milestone in legislative history. It is a moment of constitutional introspection. The law was enacted to give effect to one of the most fundamental promises of our Constitution, and that no human shall be subjected to forced labor and that dignity shall not be compromised by poverty, debt, or power imbalance. The enactment of this legislation recognized a profound constitutional truth, that freedom is not meaningful if it exists only in theory, where economic compulsions deprive an individual of choice, liberty itself stands eroded. Over the last 5 decades, courts have repeatedly affirmed that bonded labor is incompatible with constitutional morality. Judicial pronouncements have consistently emphasized that the state bears an affirmative obligation to identify and eliminate bonded labor rather than waiting for victims to approach institutions that often appear distant and intimidating. 50 years later, as we look at the movement today, the persistence of bonded labor compels us to ask difficult but necessary questions. It requires us to reflect not only on what has been achieved, but also on what remains unfinished. It reminds us that legislative intent must be matched by administrative will and institutional. That access to justice shall not be denied to any citizen by reason of economic or other disabilities. These are not aspirational statements. They are enforceable constitutional obligations. The Bonded Labor System Abolition Act, read in harmony with these constitutional provisions, establishes a comprehensive framework that is abolition, release from bondage, rehabilitation, and protection against exploitation. Each component is integral. Failure in one weakens the entire system. Yet bonded labor continues to exist, often in hidden, decentralized, and in evolving forms. It thrives where poverty, migration, illiteracy, caste disadvantage, lack of documentation, and fear converge. It survives because exploitation is normalized and because victims frequently remain unheard, unseen, and unsupported. In contemporary context, bonded labor is increasingly linked with informal employment arrangements. Migrant laborers, particularly interstate migrants, are vulnerable to deception, coercive advances, withholding of wages, and restrictions on movement. Women workers face compounded vulnerabilities, and children often become silent victims of circumstances which are beyond their control. Access to justice does not begin at the courthouse. It also requires a shift from a reactive approach to a preventive justice model, one that anticipates vulnerability, identifies risk indicators early, and intervenes before exploitation becomes entrenched. The victims of bonded labor are often amongst the most vulnerable migrant workers, daily wage earners, women, children, and persons with marginalized communities. For many of them, the justice system appears distant, complex, and inaccessible. Our duty is to bridge that distance and make justice real, humane, and responsive. Eradication of bonded labor cannot therefore be viewed as a one-time exercise or a purely administrative task. It is a continuing constitutional responsibility that requires vigilance, coordination, and institutional sensitivity. Access to justice, as I said, would not always and in all possibilities begin at the doorstep of the court. It begins with awareness, identification, outreach, and trust. Legal services authorities must reach workers where exploitation occurs at brick kilns, farms, construction sites, factories, quarries, and other informal labor settings. In this context, the statutory mandate of the National Legal Services Authority and the state legal services authorities assumes special relevance. These institutions are uniquely positioned to integrate legal aid with social justice delivery, ensuring that legal intervention is not merely curative but transformative. District and Taluka legal services authorities play a critical role in this process. Being closest to ground and stark realities, they serve as the first institutional point of contact. Their coordination with district administrations, labor departments, police authorities, and welfare agencies is central to effective implementation. Regular monitoring, structured reviews, and clear accountability mechanisms are essential. Rescue operations must be followed by consistent follow-up to ensure that rehabilitation benefits actually reach the intended beneficiaries. Paralegal volunteers are an indispensable link in this chain. Their grassroots presence enables early identification, of exploitation and facilitates communication with vulnerable communities. They serve as trust builders, educators, and first responders. Strengthening their training, capacity, and institutional support is not merely desirable, but it is necessary. Their role reflects a deep truth that access to justice is more effective when it is decentralized and community anchored. Legal aid lawyers also signify and carry a significant responsibility. Cases relating to bonded laborers are not routine disputes. They involve complex human realities and require sensitivity, perseverance, and contextual understanding. Legal representation must be continuous and outcome-oriented. Lawyers must work in coordination with legal services authorities to ensure that court orders translate into rehabilitation, compensation, and long-term security for victims. Rescue alone does not amount to justice. Rehabilitation is the true test of our collective commitment. Compensation, housing, livelihood support, education for children, healthcare, and psychological counseling must reach victims in a timely and meaningful manner. Victim compensation schemes and rehabilitation packages must be implemented without delay. Administrative lapses or procedural delays risk undoing the very purpose of rescue and expose victims to renewed exploitation. Legal services authorities must actively monitor rehabilitation to ensure sustainability. Special attention must be given to women and children affected by bonded labor. Child bonded labor represents a fundamental failure of social protection and demands zero tolerance. Every rescued child must be ensured education, care, and a safe environment conducive to development. Technology can serve as an effective enabler in this mission. Digital database, case tracking, interdepartmental platforms, and real-time monitoring can significantly improve transparency, coordination, and accountability. Awareness remains a significant challenge. Many victims do not recognize their condition as bonded labor. Debt bondage is often inherited and socially normalized. Legal literacy initiatives must therefore focus on empowerment, enabling individuals to recognize exploitation and assert their rights without fear or hesitation. The judiciary, while remaining within its constitutional role, plays an important role for institutional accountability. Judiciary ensures that statutory mandates are implemented in both letter and spirit, and that constitutional values inform administrative decision-making. At the same time, eradication of bonded labor cannot be achieved by any single institution acting in isolation. It requires collective responsibility of the state, legal services institutions, enforcement agencies, civil society organizations, employers, and communities themselves. This program, conducted in the backdrop of 50 years of the Bonded Labor System Abolition Act, provides an opportunity to reaffirm our constitutional commitment, critically assess institutional responses, and strengthen coordination for the future. Our object must be unambiguous. No individual in Maharashtra should live or work in conditions of coercion, fear, or exploitation. Justice must not be a privilege. It must be a guarantee available to all, irrespective of social or economic status. This is the reason why we frequently say, and which has become the backbone of the judicial system and the justice dispensation system, that when you have a right, the right must flow from law. If a right flows from law, it becomes legally enforceable. If you have a legally enforceable right, demand justice as a matter of right. Don't beg for justice. If this is what we say in the courts, is it not high time that we take it to the grassroots levels right up to that 4-year, 5-year-old boy or a girl who is helping the mother in lifting bricks from a brick kiln, helping parents in sugarcane harvesting. We have seen situations. The government leader, Mr. Girasi, is here. He is aware of these stark realities. Amongst the sugarcane harvesters, a 8-year-old daughter takes care of the 5-year-old son. A 6-year-old son takes care of the 3-year-old daughter. And when does this happen? This happens when both the parents are in the agricultural field for harvesting sugarcane crop. What do you talk of these people? Where do you take them from that stage? Is it their destiny that they should remain only in the soil and rather than uprooting themselves from the soil with the purpose and intention of gaining education, educating themselves, educating the society at large, establish their rights and live a life with dignity which is protected and prescribed by the Constitution. The true measure of our justice delivery system lies in how effectively it protects the weakest amongst us. Every bonded laborer who regains freedom and dignity stands as a living affirmation of the Constitution in action. Let us ensure that the years ahead reflect not repetition of challenges, but real, measurable, and lasting progress. I commend the organizers for conceptualizing this timely and meaningful initiative and for their commitment to advancing the cause of social justice. 50 years of this act has given you a vision. 50 years ahead will make you pursue this process, this organization, and this endeavor to ensure that not 50 years, but 10 years down the line, when we once again meet on such a platform, let us not discuss that today we still have bonded labor. Let us discuss of what we have done to not only unshackle them from this bondage, but to educate them, bring them to the mainstream of life, and how the rehabilitation process has progressed. I wish this program a great success. I congratulate you all for being a part of this benevolent program. It's a pious job to endure and ensure that these bonded laborers no longer live in shackles, but in freedom. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Lordship. As we have arrived at the conclusion of inaugural session of today's consultation, it is time to extend our gratitude for the gracious presence of dignitaries. Now I invite Shri Sagar Ingle, Under Secretary, Maharashtra State Legal Services Authority, Mumbai, to extend a vote of thanks.
A very good morning to all the dignitaries on and off the days. On behalf of the Maharashtra State Legal Services Authority, I extend my sincere thanks to all the honorable dignitaries and participants for their presence and valuable contribution to this important consultation. I respectfully thank Honorable Shri Justice Ravindra V. Ghuge, Senior Administrative Judge, Bombay High Court, and Executive Chairman Malsa for his inspiring inaugural address and for his constant guidance and leadership in strengthening access to justice for the most vulnerable sections of the society. I also express my sincere gratitude to Shri M.S. Azmi, Member Secretary Malsa, for his insightful keynote address and for steering this consultation with clarity. I extend my appreciation to all the respected dignitaries, secretaries of the District Legal Service Authorities, senior officers from the state government, representatives from the State and Taluka Legal Service Committee, law enforcement agencies, offices of the Labor, Social Welfare, Relief and Rehabilitation Department, public prosecutors, legal aid panel lawyers, paralegal volunteers, resource persons, and civil society organizations, including our partner, International Justice Mission, for their active inputs. I am sure that the deliberations would be fruitful. I once again thank IJM for their meticulous planning and coordination. With these words, I once again thank His Lordship for blessing us with His gracious presence. We look forward to translating today's deliberations into meaningful action on the ground. Thank you, Lordship.
Thank you. To conclude inaugural session, I request you all to rise for national anthem. Jai. With the kind permission of all dignitaries on the dais, I declare that the inaugural session is over. Thank you, Honorable Lordship. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam.
आजमी साहेबांचं समोर
Before moving to the next session, we will have a short tea break of 15 minutes. I request you all to please reassemble here at 10:55 a.m. Thank you. Today's event schedule is there on your iCards. Enjoy your tea. Thank you.
नहीं रुकना क्या
पहले कौन सा रखे थे तुमने? नीचे तो
चल एक मिनट 25 पे नीचे लेना
नहीं नहीं तुमने ये सुनो 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 नहीं 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 रुको वो ये जो है ना ये वाला हाँ आगे हाँ ग्रीन होगा क्या पूरा?
ग्रीन ही चलना ना
देखो अभी देखो अभी ये कौन सा रखे थे तुमने नीचे का येलो क्वालिटी का? देखो अभी
I request all the participants to be seated. We are going to start our next session.
अभी देखो
It is an humble request to be seated, please.
अभी देखो
तुमने वायर कट कराया कितना था?
नहीं ना नहीं ना आई गेस
नीचे क्यों ले रहे हैं?
रुको ना चेक करो मेरा मेरे को देखो अभी अभी देखो अभी हाँ अभी देखो देखो वहाँ पे चेक करो
हाँ बताओ
देखो अभी
हाँ कहाँ पे? तो कब कौन सा टाइमिंग रहेगा इसका?
ओके होगा ना?
Breakdown, sir.
हाँ
हाँ
ठीक
मीडिया का
ओ माहित भाई देखो एक मिनट ओ माहित भाई तुमने रिकॉर्डिंग कौन सा रखे थे? ऊपर का नहीं था अभी देखो मोहम्मद हेलो
तुम वहाँ पर
अभी अभी कर दिया हो गया हो गया
हो गया ना?
हो गया हो गया कुछ मत करो कुछ मत करो
देखो उधर तुम जाओ उधर देखो हाँ
सर्वांनी कृपया बसून घ्यावे. लवकरच कार्यक्रमाला सुरुवात होईल.
लगा रहा ना क्या है?
बस लगा के रख
सगळ्या विभागाच्या प्रतिनिधींना मी विनंती करते की कृपया आपण जागेवर बसून घ्यावे.
ऑडियो केबल लगाओ
हाँ, लगा रहा हूँ। डबल कार्ड है अपने पास, देखो इसके अंदर 437 मिनट है। हाँ मेरे पास है ना, ठीक है, मेरा तुम्हारा हेडफोन उधर है, दे देता हूँ।
मैं भी जा रहा, वो बंदा है बैठा,
रूम कहाँ जा रहा है?
मैं पढ़े नहीं जा रहा।
अच्छा घर पे, अच्छा इसलिए बता रहा
We are going to see short films, and those short films are in respect.
येऊ द्या म्हणले चांगलं या, आता आपल्याला काय वाटलं का असं होणार आहे म्हणून?
किती पगार देणार असं सांगितलं त्यांनी?
12,000 रुपये.
मग 2-3 महिने काम केलं तिथे, तर मग 12,000च्या हिशोबाने पैसे दिले काय?
नाही, एक जणांना नाही दिले, एक जणांना पैसे
दिले तर, आणि 1 महिन्याचे एकाने दिले, एकाने 6,000 दिले नाही.
जेव्हा तो तिथे असताना त्याला मारहाण केली काय? कशाला मारायचे?
भांडणं व्हायचे सारखे, काम करून बी त्यांचं सारखं लय मोठं काम पडायचं, काम उरकत नसायचं मग मारायचे. म्हणजे ते होल बी ठासायचं, पाणी बी टाकायचं, रॉड बी काढून द्यायची.
तुला घरी पाठवायचे भेटायचं असेल तर?
नाही, कधी बरी एखाद दिवस यायचं महिन्यातून एकदा.
आता तिथेच राहायचं.
म्हणजे सकाळी उतरला, पुन्हा वरी आला, पुन्हा डबल गेला ते मटेरियल काढल्यावर, पुन्हा मग होल घेता घेताच एका वेळेस ब्लास्टिंग झाली.
तू किती जवळ होता त्या ब्लास्टच्या?
हे तर बोळा मी इथंच होतो. पुन्हा मग गीफ हॉस्पिटलला आणलं, तिथून मग जाल नेलं बेडवरनं. मग जाल नेल्यावर तिथं तोंडाची सूज ते उतरायला लागली. पुन्हा गणपती नातरलेला ऑपरेशन केले डोळ्याचे.
आणि जेव्हा हे सर्व चाललेलं तेव्हा तुमच्या बरोबर ते होते काय शेठ लोक?
कोण नव्हतं, आम्हीच दोघं मायले.
आणि पैसे मग भरले डॉक्टरचे?
ना.
काय बोलले पोलीस?
इतके दिवस कुठे गेलतात?
किती दिवस झाले मी त्याला?
2-3 महिने झाले.
2-3 महिने.
मी त्यांना सांगितलं, म्हणलं माझ्या मागं बघणार नाही कोणी, काय नाही. आम्ही दवाखान्यात ऍडमिट होतो, दवाखान्यातून काय करायचं मत नाही का? म्हणतं करायचं मग मस्त समजा खरंय, पण आमच्या लेकरापाशी माणूसच नसल्यावर कोण करणार आहे आमचं?
सिविल हॉस्पिटल बीड में एक जन का फोन आया कि एक बच्चा है छोटा और उसको मदद की बहुत ज़रूरत है। कि मैं तुरंत हॉस्पिटल पहुंचा, कि उसकी मम्मी से बात की, तो मैंने तुरंत सिविल हॉस्पिटल में उसको एडमिट करवा दिया। फिर उनको एक लेटर दे दिया पुलिस स्टेशन के लिए, जाओ और गुना दाखिल करो। उनकी अर्जी बनवा ली, फिर अलग अलग वहाँ के एसपी सर से मिले, उनको ये अर्जी दे दी।
उस बच्चे के बारे में तत्वशील जी ने एक अर्जी मेरे पास ला के दी। मैंने कहा ये लड़का कहाँ है, तो उन्होंने कहा हॉस्पिटल में है। तो मैं खुद हॉस्पिटल में गया और उस लड़के को देखा। देखने के बाद मैं पूरा हिल गया। देन मैंने एक लेटर लिखा बाल कल्याण समिति के लेटर पैड पे, उसके साथ माँ का अर्जी जोड़ दिया और लिखा कि ये इसका का अपन FIR दाखिल करो। तो जब उनको पता चला कि ये प्रथम वर्ग न्याय दंडाधिकारी का दर्जा वाला व्यक्ति ने लिखा है और साथ में तत्वशील जी है, तो उन्होंने केस दायर किया। फिर हमने दूसरा लेटर लिखा कि आपने FIR तो बराबर लिखा है, मगर उसमें बॉन्डेड लेबर एक्ट का कलम नहीं लिखा। और बॉन्डेड लेबर एक्ट का कलम क्यों लिखना है, तो ये लड़का उसी जगह पे रहता था, काम का जो टाइम है वो फिक्स नहीं था और उसका मिनिमम वेजेस नहीं मिलता था।
पहले आकाश की FIR भी नहीं रजिस्टर हो पा रही थी, लेकिन स्पेशल सेल के इंटरवेंशन के बाद में कंसर्न पुलिस ऑफिसर्स ने FIR ली। वो भी पहले अपर्याप्त कलमों के अंतर्गत ली गई। जब स्पेशल सेल ने इंटरवीन किया तब आगे के कलम भी और जो रिगरस थे वो बढ़ाए गए, अपराध की सीमा बढ़ गई। जो असिस्टेंस मिलना चाहता है वो विक्टिम को, वो मिल पाया। क्यों? क्योंकि स्पेशल सेल में एक एडवोकेट विकास बड़े हैं हमारे पास, उन्होंने उसका एक एप्लीकेशन मूव किया कि विक्टिम कॉम्पनसेशन स्कीम के अंतर्गत इसको कंसिडर किया जाए। विक्टिम कॉम्पनसेशन स्कीम में जनरली 2 लाख रुपए तक की मदद दी जाती, बट एज वो बिलो एज ऑफ 14 ईयर्स था तो उसका 50% कॉम्पनसेशन बढ़कर उसको हमारे माननीय कमेटी ने 3 लाख रुपए का मुआवजा घोषित किया, ग्रांट किया, और अब वो सीधा उसके खाते में जाएगा। कनेक्टिंग विद द कॉज, ये जो रिक्वायरमेंट है कि विक्टिम के तक पहुंचना, उसकी जानकारी लेना, उसके लिए अपन क्या क्या अलग कर सकते, मेडिकल में क्या कर सकते हैं, उसका आगे का एजुकेशनल कैसा आगे बढ़ सकता, यानी एक होलिस्टिक अप्रोच कि उसका राइट अपने को उस तक पहुंचाना जरूरी है, और ये स्पेशल सेल के भीड़ के माध्यम से हो सका।
प्रशासन हो, सामाजिक कार्यकर्ता हो, NGO हो, सबसे दबा पिछला जो व्यक्ति है उसके लिए है। तो हर प्रशासकीय व्यक्ति में ये ज़मीर जिंदा रहना चाहिए।
अधिकार का संरक्षण कहीं पे भी हो, कैसे भी हो, ये हमको करना ही है, और हर विक्टिम तक मदद पहुंचे, यही अपनी शपथ है, क्योंकि न्याय सबके लिए।
Thank you. I request technical branch to show another short film.
मुलीचं लग्न होतं म्हणून जातो वेळेस त्या दिवशी मी हात झुलो, पाया झुलो, बाबा मला पैसे कामाचे देणार जर देणार, पण माझ्या मुलीच्या लग्नाला जातो म्हणून. त्याचा मुलगा आला, 2 लाथा घातला, ते बाप म्हणायचा आला, 2 थापडा मारला. ते त्याची आई आली, जी आली कालेर धरली, पैसे फेड, पुरे पैसे फिटणार, पैसे तर बी, पण पैसे पुरे आमचे वापस इथं ठेवा आणि जा म्हणून. माझं नाव मारुती पिराजे जटाळकर. लग्नानंतर म्हणजे मला 4 मुली झाल्या. मोठ्या मुलीचं लग्न झालं, त्या लग्नाला होतो मी. आता ज्या गेल्या वर्षी लग्नाला त्या मुलीचं झालं रेशमाचं, त्या लग्नाला त्या विहिरीच्या कामामध्ये जाऊन तिकडे जाऊन मुलीची सुरी झाली. मुलीच्या लग्नाची तारीख ठरवली होते. ठरल्यानं मग आता मला वाटलं कुठंतरी कामाला जाऊन 1-2 पैसे आणावं असे विचार.
पैसे घेतले?
1 रुपया पण दिलेला नाही. 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 1
एक आम्हाला एक चॅलेंजिंग केस आमचं समोर आलं. धाराशिव जिल्ह्यामध्ये 11 लोकांना एक आम्ही रेस्क्यू केले. आमचं टीम तिथं स्पॉटला गेले. स्पॉटला गेल्यानंतर आम्ही पूर्ण व्हेरीफाय केले आणि जे सगळं समोर आलं एकदम भयानक जे इश्यूज होते ते सगळं आमचं समोर आलं. आम्हाला असं इन्फॉर्मेशन आलं की ह्याच्यामध्ये एक जे बॉन्डेड लेबर होता, जे काम करत होता तिथून तो पळून गेला आणि त्यांचं गावही पोहोचला.
डोके पोलीस स्टेशनला भगवान गुक्से नावाचा मुलगा आला होता. त्याने पोलीस स्टेशनला येऊन हकीकत सांगितले की त्याच्यासोबत इतर त्याचे साथीदार 5 ते 6 जण वाकरवाडी शिवारामध्ये एका विहिरीवर ते काम करत आहेत. आम्हाला साखळदंडाने बांधून टाकलेलं होतं आहे. त्याच्यानंतर मी ते कुलूप, ते बारीकसं छोटंसं कुलूप होतं ते तोडून टाकलेलं आहे. नंतर तिथून मुकाट्यानं आलून या ऊसानं गेलो आहे सर. इथून सरळ ऊसच सगळं, इथून तिथून त्या ऊसानंच गेलो आहे सर. रात्रंदिवस काम करून घेतो, 1 रुपया पण दाखवतो नाही. जर काम केलं समजा वरून खाली यायचं, मारायचं.
जे सर लेबरर्सना आम्ही रेस्क्यू केले त्यांना आम्ही एक इंट्रोगेशन या आम्ही त्यांचं एक इंटरव्ह्यू सारखं आम्ही तिथं आमचं टीम पण तिथं त्यांना चौकशी सुरू केली. आमचं एक स्पेशल टीम आम्ही नेमून ह्यांना खास करून सेन्सिटिव्हली ह्यांना कसं काय विचारायचं आणि हे कुठून आले, किती दिवसापासून चालू होतं, ह्याच्यामध्ये आरोपी कोण कोण आहे. इंटरव्ह्यूज केल्यानंतर आम्हाला हे सगळं इन्फॉर्मेशन समोर आलं. नंतर आमचं टीम ॲक्शन मोडमध्ये येऊन पहिल्या दिवशीच आम्हाला जे मेन 2 आरोपी आमच्या जिल्ह्याचे होते त्यांना अटक केले. नंतर बाकी आरोपी पण आम्हाला सापडलं आणि हे नेटवर्क आम्ही त्यांचं मोबाईल अनालिसिस असू दे या बाकी आरोपीच्या इंट्रोगेशनमध्ये आम्हाला आणखी काही नेटवर्कचं इन्फॉर्मेशन भेटलं आणि टोटल आम्ही 5 आरोपी टोटल आम्ही अटक केले. आम्हाला 1 महिन्यानंतर आणखी एक आरोपी आम्हाला मेन आरोपी होता जे सूत्रधार होता असं सांगू शकतं, त्यांनाही अटक केले.
ते पाणी आम्ही असं इथून प्यायचं आहे. हे क्वाक इथं लायो, क्वाकनं पाणी प्यायचो आम्ही इथं जागच्या जागेवरच असं. डबा भेटला, गिलास भेटला तरी ते तेवढंच आम्हाला. रात्री समजा आम्हाला सकाळी 6 आलं समजा इरी टाकायची की लगेच संध्याकाळी 6 वाजू 7 वाजू तवा वरी काढायचं आणि वरी काढल्याच्या नंतर लगेच पायाला बिड्या लावायचं.
कडे 1 रुपयाही पैसे नव्हते. हे 2 महिने 3 महिने पासून काम करत होते. असं बिकट परिस्थितीमध्ये त्यांना काही जेवण नाही, डे नाही, नाईट नाही आणि असं चेंड मध्ये ठेवत होते, कुठं पडून जाऊ नये. त्यांचं पूर्ण हेल्थ पूर्ण अफेक्ट झालं होतं आणि त्यांचा हेल्थ वगैरे नंतर चेकअप करून ह्यांना फॅमिली साठी परत रिहॅबिलिटेशन करण्याचं आम्ही प्रोसेस सुरू केली.
पोलीसवाल्याचं मी खूप आभार मानतो. त्याने आम्हाला चांगलं हे केलं, लेकरं सांभाळलं आम्हाला. त्याचं पूर्ण SP सर, राऊत सर, त्याचं पूर्ण डिपार्टमेंट, डबल लेबर डिपार्टमेंट याने पण आम्हाला खूप चांगली साथ दिली आम्हाला. त्याच्यामुळं मी आता स्वतःच्या पायावर उभं राहिलो.
डोकी पोलीस स्टेशन, राऊत सरांना, SP सरांना, उस्मानाबादच्या पुऱ्या पोलीस डिपार्टमेंट सरांकडून माझा जीव वाचलाय त्याचं मी आज आभारी आहे.
सामान्य या केसेस ज्या आहेत हे हे जे आहे वेगवेगळ्या कायदा वगैरे याच्यामध्ये जे आहे कमिटी दक्षता समितीची कमिटी असते की ज्यामध्ये माननीय जिल्हाधिकारी असतील, माननीय अधीक्षक पोलीस अधीक्षक असतील, सरकारी कामगार अधिकारी असतील आणि इतर NGO पण याच्यामध्ये इन्व्हॉल्व असतात. तर ह्यांच्या मदतीशिवाय कुठलंही काम हे एकटेचं हे नाही आहे याच्यामध्ये.
असे मेसेज असणार की हे बॉन्डेड लेबर केस एक सेन्सिटिव्ह केसेस असतात. एक तर सेन्सिटिव्हली त्यांना रिहॅबिलिटेशन कसं करायचं ते करा. आणि तुम्ही ह्याच्या प्रोसेसमध्ये काही एक्सपर्ट्सना तुम्ही वापर करू शकता. खास करून काही NGOs आहे, रिसोर्स पर्सन्स आहे. रिहॅबिलिटेशनमध्ये ह्यांना आर्थिक मदत पण लॉमध्ये दिलेले आहे.
Thank you. Now we will have a special session. Just like these short films, we have rehabilitated bonded laborers amongst us. I am inviting Mr. Vikas Jadhav, Bhagwat Hatkar and Jamuna Hatkar. I repeat, Vikas Jadhav, Bhagwat Hatkar, Jamuna Hatkar. Please come on the dais. They are rehabilitated bonded laborers. They will share their experiences. In the session of survivor testimonies, we are hearing them.
माझे नाव विकास संजय जाधव. आम्ही गेले 6 वर्षापासून राहू पिंपळगाव येथे ऊसतोडी कामासाठी गेलो होतो. तिथला जो मालक आहे हिरामन गाडवे म्हणून ते आमच्याकडून अक्षरशः जनावरांसारखं काम करून घ्यायचा व आम्हाला पावसात पाण्याचा ऊस तोडा लावायचा. 100 ते 150 फूट लांब वाटप करून गुडघीसाला पाण्यातून ऊस काढायला लावायचा. आणि आजारी पडलं तरी आम्हाला हॉस्पिटलमध्ये नेत नव्हतं व हॉस्पिटलमध्ये जायचं म्हणलं का आम्हाला हाणामारी करायचा व शिव्यागाळ्या द्यायचा. आणि तसेच घरी राहिलं का तरी हाणामारी करायचा. आणि तसेच माझ्या भावाची बायको व माझी बायको दोघी प्रेग्नेंट असताना त्यांना कुठली ट्रीटमेंटही नाही आणि गोळ्या औषधे वगैरे काही घेऊ देत नव्हता. आणि त्यांना दोघींना कामावर पाठवायचा. घरी राहायचं असेल तर तुमच्या जागा दुसरे दोन माणसं द्या आणि घरी राहा असं सांगायचा. जेव्हा दुसरे माणसं देतात तरच घरी राहायचं. मग आम्ही तिथं खूप म्हणजे आम्ही त्रास सहन केला. मग आम्हाला कळालं IJM संस्था आणि अमृतवाणी संस्था. मग आम्ही यांच्याशी संपर्क केला. अमृतवाणी संस्था IJM संस्था यांनी आमची तिथून सुटका केली. सुटका केल्याच्या नंतर माझ्या भावाची जे बायको आहे आणि माझी बायको दोघींना ट्रीटमेंटला नेलं. ट्रीटमेंटला नेल्याच्या नंतर घरापर्यंत पोहोचवलं. घरापर्यंत पोहोचवताना माझ्या भावाची मंडळी त्यांचं दुखायला लागलं. त्यांना हॉस्पिटलमध्ये ॲडमिट केलं व तिथं जे काही लागणार वस्तू आहेत त्याही पुरवल्या आणि आम्हाला घरापर्यंत पोहोचवलं. आणि घरापर्यंत पोहोचवल्याच्या नंतर आमची राहण्याची बी सुविधा नव्हती आणि खाण्यापिण्याचीही सुविधा नव्हती. अमृतवाणी संस्था व IJM संस्था यांनी आम्हाला राशन दिलं, भांडे दिले, परत ब्लँकेट व चटाया आणि घरावर टाकण्यासाठी ताडपत्रे दिली. ताडपत्री वगैरे दिल्याच्या नंतर आम्हाला कामालाही लावून दिलं. आणि कामाला लावून दिल्याच्या नंतर जे काही आमचे डॉक्युमेंट नव्हते, आधार कार्ड झालं, पॅन कार्ड झालं, परत मतदान कार्ड झालं, हे सर्व काढून दिलं आणि बँकेचं अकाउंटही खोलून दिलं. हे सर्व करून दिल्याच्या नंतर ते आता आम्हाला महिन्यात 1.5 महिन्यात आम्हाला भेटायला येतात, भेटूनही जातात.
धन्यवाद दादा. जमुना मावशी, मला तुम्हाला विचारायचं आहे की तुम्ही यामध्ये कसे फसलात?
फसवणूक केली. परत मला काम होईना गेल्यावर मी माझ्या गावाकडे आले आणि माझ्या मालकाला 3 वर्ष पूर्ण डांबून ठेवले. 4थ्या वर्षात मी गेले आणायला तर मला काटे आणि कुऱ्हाड्या घेऊन मारायला आले. तुम्ही जर आले तुम्ही जर मारायला मालकाला आले तरी तुमची पोत्यातनं मालकाचे तुकडे आणि तुमचे तुकडे करून पोत्यात घातल्यामुळे तुकारात घातली. तरी मी तेवढ्याला ह्यालाही केलं ना. कुठं शिंगोलीच्या पोलीस स्टेशनला गेले. मग त्या पोलीस स्टेशनला म्हणलं माझ्या मालकाला आणलं ठेक ना तर मी इथं जीव देईन असं म्हणले. मग साखरे पोलीस होता एक, त्या साखरे पोलीसनं म्हणलं रडू नको बाई तू, मी घेऊन येतो. मग माझा मोठा जावाई आणि साखरे पोलीस जाऊन 2:30च्या दरम्याला माझ्या मालकाला घेऊन आले शिंगोलीच्या पोलीस स्टेशनला. मग तिथं 3 वाजेपर्यंत राहिलो आम्ही. मग 3 वाजेपर्यंत राहिला मालकाला घेऊन परत 4:30-5 वाजता धाराशिवला आलो आम्ही. मग तिथनं आल्यावर ह्याला गेलो. कुठं
मदत मिळाली तुम्हाला? जी अपेक्षित होती ती मदत मिळाली?
मदत मिळाली आम्हाला. समजा
कोणाला तुम्हाला काही संदेश द्यायचा आहे मदत दिल्याबद्दल किंवा काय?
कांबळे भाऊ आणि शिलाताई आणि हे काय मते सर यांनी आम्हाला खूप मदत केली ताई.
आणि तुमच्यासाठी म्हणजे तुमच्यासारख्यांच्या लोकांसाठी शासनाकडून तुम्हाला काय अपेक्षा आहेत?
आम्हाला पण मदत मिळावी आणि आमच्यासारख्या लोकांना पण आमच्यासारखी मदत मिळावी.
एकदा यांच्यासाठी जोरदार टाळ्या होऊन जाऊ दे. त्या सगळ्या परिस्थितीतून त्या गेल्या आहेत आणि कशा हिमतीने त्यांनी त्या परिस्थितीला तोंड दिले. खरंच तुमचं खरंच खूप अभिनंदन मावशी. भागवत हतकर, आपल्याला काही सांगायचं आहे? धन्यवाद. तुम्हाला कोणाला धन्यवाद म्हणायचे आहेत का?
मला समजायलाच म्हणायचं. माझे बंधू आणि बहिणी आहेत का त्यांना समजायलाच म्हणायचं. माझं कांबळे भाऊ, शिलाताई आणि मध्य सर ह्यांना पण धन्यवाद.
धन्यवाद. तुम्ही आलात इथे आणि आमच्यासोबत सगळे तुमचे अनुभव शेअर केले त्याबद्दल मी तुमचे धन्यवाद मानते. थँक्यू. धन्यवाद. With this, I declare that the special session is over. Now coming to the next session, I welcome you all to the next session of role of State Legal Services Authority and District Legal Services Authority in combating bonded labor cases. I invite respected Shri W.A. Sayyad, District Legal Services Authority Secretary, Bid, on the stage. To welcome Sayyad sir, I request Mr. Brito Nadar. Thank you, sir. I invite respected Shri Sayyad to share his knowledge on the topic.
A very good morning to respected secretaries, respected officials of MALSA, officials of IGM, all the audience members present here. I'm here to discuss on the role of SALSA and DALSA in combating the bonded labor cases in Maharashtra. To begin with, right? First of all, we are supposed to wade through the constitutional provisions, Article 21 and 23 are prime mover which guarantees rights of life, liberty, and explicitly prohibits the human trafficking. Article 24(2) prohibits employment of children below 14 years in factories, mines, or hazardous occupations. Article 42 to 46 are directive principles, but they assume character of fundamental rights. The Honorable Supreme Court can implement it as a matter of fact that they are fundamental right for bringing welfare of this marginalized section of society. Despite of this, we have preambular verbatim, which also makes deep inroads for conferment of rights by virtue of fundamental rights. In People's Union of Civil Liberties versus State of Tamil Nadu, the Honorable Supreme Court held that Vigilance Committee should be incorporated as per the provisions of the Act. We see that in this Bonded Labour System Abolition Act, Vigilance Committee is established or directed to be constituted by the state government, but we see that district administrators and officials of district administrations are there in that, they are members in that particular committee. DLSA persons from DLSA are not. The authorities of district administrations are a primary authority to function under this Act. We can take help of NGOs, and in Balram versus State of Madhya Pradesh, the Honorable Supreme Court held that the state shall maintain enough fund for the purposes to be achieved under this Act. Stipulated amount reaches the bonded labor for the said purpose. We see when we release bonded labor, we provide them fund, especially accumulated funds are there made by the state government, arrangements made by the state government, which can be dispersed. For example, for each bonded labor, we release 50,000. Here, legal framework. First is the Bonded Labour System Abolition Act 1976. This explicitly prohibits all agreements to be void. None of the employer or contractor or whoever professes himself to be an employer shall not make any agreement to engage a particular labor under bondage. It provides welfare. It provides punitive measure. The irony of this situation is that this enactment does not confer any special right, special power on the judicial authority. Section 21. It is a grotesquely anomalous provision which confers power on the state government to issue notification for conferring the judicial power on executive magistrates. State government cannot issue notification to confer judicial power on executive magistrate. If state government take into its domain such act, it completely violates the principles of separation of power. The Honorable Bombay High Court struck down one notification in the year 1987 and directed that the cases pending before executive magistrate shall be transferred before the judicial magistrate throughout Maharashtra. So therefore, the Act needs an overhaul. It is a need of the hour that this Act needs an overhaul. We are celebrating 50 years of this Act, but this is a lame Act, in my view. Penal provisions are there, such as Section 143, 144, 145, 146. Section 146 is most choosy section for police officers. They attract this section only. Why don't they attract 143? I don't know. United Nations has declared that human trafficking is one of the is akin to bonded labor. By way of human trafficking, not only bonded labor practices are taken into practice, but also there are certain nefarious activities such as illicit lecherous activities with the children, etc. takes place. That's why there is a need to sensitized police officer with regard to attracting these provisions. Thereafter, coming to the spine of today's seminar, that is the role of SALSA and DALSA in combating bonded labor cases. Constitution, obviously, as we know, that it is a mother law. Legal Service Authorities Act, under Section 12B, the victim of trafficking in human being or beggar, as referred under Article 23 of the Constitution, shall be entitled to legal services under this Act. So there is prima facie, there must be a good case. DALSA, SALSA must be prima facie satisfied that he has a real case. Then we can proceed with the case and we can fight the case in the court of law. NALSA's scheme, this is a scheme of 2015. It cannot partake the shape of law. Parliament is obviously a trendsetter. An act has different force of law. But this is a scheme brought into force by high echelons of the Supreme Court, honorable judges of Supreme Court, that therefore it is having a equal status like enactment. Therefore, we are supposed to take into consideration the outlines in this scheme, key aspects, nuances in this scheme. It is applicable to unorganized sector worker. We see that this scheme is particularly applicable to unorganized sector, meaning thereby agrarian workers, peasant, bricklaying workers, building construction workers, etc. See, these workers are voiceless. These workers have no stance. Like a registered worker in registered trade union, they can collectively bargain. As we have studied in Industrial Disputes Act, there is a concept of conciliation. Worker can conciliate with the employer. Here, they cannot. Even mediation has not made any inroad in this particular sector. So therefore, DLSA plays very vital role so far as this sector is concerned. The DLSA can coordinate with the government authorities by plugging in gaps, bringing legislative implementations, by intermeddling, and by initiating litigations in the court of law, for example, public interest litigation, etc. The state government machinery, district administration can extend benefits of government schemes to the unorganized sector workers. There are so many schemes. If we contact collector and the district administrative officers, they can release so many benefits to these poor paupers. Legal awareness amongst workers. This is one of the important aspects. We are musketeers, DLSA secretaries. 24 hours we are not workers, but we are officers. See, we are supposed to be on field sometime at 8 p.m., sometime in the morning, 6 a.m., for awareness, for rescue, etc. DLSA itself comprises of not only secretary, but also every individual who is working, even connected, the NGO also. Coming to this next aspect, data collection. We are supposed to reach the government labor officer, commissioner, assistant labor commissioner, and so on and so forth to collect data regarding bonded labor. NGOs play a very important role. I must appreciate that our AGM plays very vital and very important role in bringing data. And they work very swiftly with this DLSA. Identify child labor and bonded labor, rescue child labor, bonded labor, exert by insisting upon district administration to regulate the conditions of work and minimum wages. More so, we are supposed to see that the living wage is given to the worker. Rescue of, this is one of the ticklish aspect, rescue of bonded labor at the behest of special cell. Real and genuine complaint must reach DALSA office. The real and genuine case mean a bona fide case, not a fake case, not a fake call, not a call to mitigate the labor or mitigate or negotiate the wages, Fake call must not come to your office. You have to verify by sending your PLV. DLS shall verify through special cells PLV regarding genuineness of the report or complaint. Once it is found to be genuine, DLSS secretary shall issue letter to the higher ups of the police wing and to the collector for their assistance. NGO be intimated. Always NGO is with you, but you have to intimate the higher ups of the police, not the concerned police inspector or concerned PSI. Not to call, make a phone call. Here, word of caution, confidentiality has to be maintained. Do not ever disclose the place to anyone unless PLV reaches the spot with official of NGO. Now, the moment you send your PLV and NGO official on the spot, then you can also request the concerned superintendent of police and the collector to provide necessary help so that their officials also reach there for the sake of rescue. You see, first photograph is regarding of other officials present on the spot. This photograph was taken at 3 a.m. in the morning at Majalgaon. These persons gathered there to rescue bonded laborers who were stuck in Majalgaon, Dharangaon Tehsil, Jalgaon's this bonded labor were there. Make sure that the YSP rank police officer is in touch with DLSA. FIR is registered against offenders and stringent mandates are attracted. See, Mr. Advocate Vikas Bade, we have avid advocate who is strenuous and musketeer of law. He fights for the cause of bonded labor. He had made sure that a stringent provision is attracted. That police officer was reluctant to attract stringent provision. This photograph was also snapped at probably at 2 a.m. in the morning. So see how efforts we have to take for registration of FIR. And do not ever let the bonded labor file FIR, because there are high chances that they may turn hostile, adverse, and it will seriously affect the case of prosecution. So your PLV or any other government official can file FIR. Can report the case or file FIR. Rehabilitation. Ensure children's rehabilitation. See, one of the irony of the situation is that the Bonded Labor System Abolition Act is so lame and so badly drafted that it does not contain any single drop of provision of rehabilitation. So we have to take the help of Juvenile Justice Care and Protection Act. These children, poor children, were produced before CWC at Bede. First photograph. That also shows that the NGO and DLSA have some pro bono take. We have bought some clothes for them. They are so happy to wear clothes after a long gap of time. So rehabilitate them so that they could be brought back to the mainstream of the life. Next, sensitization of PLVs. We have to undertake the program. We have to train PLVs. This second photograph is regarding PLVs. PLVs of entire district were brought. NGO, Ms. Sheila Madam is also present there. District Judge 1 and myself. We were giving training to PLVs regarding the special cells and everything. In Nirja Chaudhary, the Honorable Supreme Court held that rehabilitation must be ensured by the DLSA. This is most important thing. Key monetary role of DLSA in this regard. This is one of the important aspects. Sugarcane harvest seasonal bonded labor workers. So these people are so stuck in that particular field for cutting and harvesting sugarcane that they could not come out of that agony or that particular dungeon, I could say. They are working under compulsion. And we have, in Bede, we have seen that these workers, small children, baby girls, were compelled for marriage. And they have undergone hysterectomy, removal of their uterus. When a female worker complains of menstrual cycle pain, what the employer does, he takes that girl to the hospital and removes her uterus so that she would be relieved of her menstrual cycle and she would not conceive in future. This is one of the horrible acts of entangling somebody in bonded labor. So that's why we are supposed to be very vigilant on this aspect. So we see all these things also, whether these special vans are allotted for these particular nefarious activities. Awareness. So the bonded labor are not aware of their rights, legal rights. I mean to say legal rights. So therefore our PLV and our NGO, IGM work, the employees of the officials of NGO reach every nook and cranny of the particular sugarcane cutting area of district, and they impart legal education to these people, poor people. And by this legal awareness, at least they come to know what is law for them, whether they can get protection, they can claim, they can demand justice as of right, as what Honorable Gugesar said. See these 3 photographs taken snapped from different location. You can see that legal training is being imparted. Coordination with district administration, superintendent of police and other DLSA. This is classic example. I must appreciate my senior brother's efforts, Mr. Bansor sir, who contacted me that some of 19 bonded laborers were stuck at Majalgaon Tehsil in Bid, and they were from Dharangaon Tehsil. Well coordinated efforts have been taken. We have drafted a very good plan and we rescued them. I must appreciate the work of our PLV, Mr. Tatvashil Kamde. He reached there immediately after completion of our office hour. 6 p.m. he reached there at Majalgaon. The situation was very grim, very horrible. The road is also very dangerous. There is always possibility that you may be looted there. But he anyhow reached there. The moment he reached there, I contacted the DYSP, Mr. Pandkar. He also cooperated me. He at 12 a.m. he phoned me by saying that, sir, every cooperation will be given to you. And at 3 a.m. you see that these children bonded labor were sitting here. At 3 a.m. they were rescued, and at 3 a.m. they were given food by our PLVs. So thereafter they were rescued. They were taken back to Jalgaon. And my senior brother Bansor sir has rehabilitated them and brought them to mainstream. A commendable job. Here, this is another example. My brother Bhushan Kade, the day before, in this month only, he rescued some bonded labor from Charthana. These bonded labor originally belonged to Telangana area. They were stuck at this particular rustic place. Nobody knows their location, and from Telangana, he received letter in Telugu language. A lot of requests have to be made to the Telangana DLSA secretary to at least write in English so that we can understand your verbatim of complaint. So anyhow, he wrote, and we were also in contact. Our PLVs were there. We have sent our PLV to their location. IGM employees were there. They rescued from Charthana area these laborers from Telangana, which were originally from Telangana. This coordinated purpose of saying is that we are supposed to be like intertwined with each other. DLSA can uphold special stall at mega legal services camp. This is one of the most important aspects. See, we held a great mega legal services camp, legal aid services camp at Patoda. We were expecting 1,000 people to attend the program, but fortunately, it turned out to be 2,200 and more. So the people so jam-packed, colossal public came there. Chairs were fallen less. So we have to make them sit in the lobby in between, passage of walking. There we have successfully imparted erected stalls for the unorganized sector. You can see respected advocate Shri Bitro sir, is explaining about the stall to Honorable His Lordship, Honorable Kishorji Sansar, with SP and District Judge, etc. And they can release their survey report also. In this way, you can catch the moment and you can release survey report also at the Mega Legal Services Camp. And it will have a greater impact of your working. And in this way, I conclude by saying, the quote of Kevin Bales, Professor Kevin Bales, University of Nottingham, he said, slavery is theft. Theft of life, theft of work, theft of any property or produce, theft of choice. Let us strive together to annihilate the evil of slavery from society. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Brito, legal services camp we are also organizing camps, so be ready for the stall. Thank you. Turning towards the panel discussion on strengthening justice code and law enforcement responses to human trafficking bonded labor, I request respected retired Judge Shri Makarand Advant, Annapurna Singh, Additional SP Aurangabad, Ashish Date, Public Prosecutor, Advocate Ajit Gholap, Senior Advocate, Advocate Trupti Patil, Special Cell, Thane Panel Lawyer, and Advocate Renita Menzis for the panel discussion. Let us first felicitate the panelists. I request Marvin Di Mello to felicitate Shri Makarand Advant, retired judge. Marvin Di Mello. I invite. Okay, I request Sheila to felicitate Shri Makarand Advant. I request Mr. Shripad Deshpande to felicitate Additional SP Sambhajinagar. I also request Mr. Sagar Ingre to felicitate Ashish Date, Public Prosecutor. I also request Megan Fernandez to felicitate Advocate Ajit Gholap and Advocate Trupti Patil. I also request Carol Pereira to felicitate Advocate Renita Menzis. Name, please. Name. I request Mary to felicitate Advocate Renita. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Now, I make it clear that language is not a barrier. Anybody who is comfortable can speak in any language for the purpose of discussion. Now, I hand over the session to the moderator. I request Megan Fernandez to felicitate Trupti Patil. Technical branch, mic please, for the panel discussion. Now I hand over the session to the moderator.
Good morning, everybody. As per the schedule program, there are some questions for the panelists. First is role of police, panelist from police department. Therefore, this question goes to SP madam. Second, role of public prosecutors. It goes to Ashish Dale. And third question is mediation in labor laws cases. It goes to Ajit Gholab, advocate. Another question is role of panel lawyers, Srimati Trupti Patil. It goes to her. Role of NGOs. It goes to Renita Menges. Therefore, she should take care of it. Under the circumstance, I ask SP Madam to share her thoughts with the audience. On the point, role of police in the cases of bonded laborers, you may take the charge.
A very good afternoon, sir. Respected colleagues and seniors on the dais, and everyone who is present here for this discussion. I am Annapurna Singh, Additional SP of Sambhajinagar Gramin. I am an IPS officer of 2020 batch, and it is a privilege for me to be here and learn from each and every one of you who is present here. As Guge sir also rightly said in his speech, that bonded labor is a very critical component, it's a big issue in Marathwada region. And it is not just a labor problem, it is a freedom problem. We have to change their mindset. We have to make them understand that they are facing this big problem of exploitation, because many a times we have seen from our own experiences that they do not know that something so big and disastrous is happening to them. For this, as we are going to discuss, the police department and other departments are going to join hands to learn from each other's perspective, to redefine and improve laws, and to ensure that when we are working as field officers, the maximum benefit we can ensure to the people who are actually suffering from this problem. So looking forward to this discussion, sir. Thank you so much.
Second person is Advocate APP Ashish Dale. On the point of role of public prosecutors, the points would be: what strategies can prosecutors adopt to ensure strong charges and speedy trials? How can prosecutors coordinate better with police to avoid weak evidence? What role can victim-sensitive approaches play in a court proceedings? Sir, please.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, sir, for giving me opportunity. The role of public prosecutor. When I was working at a assistant public prosecutor at Patoda, I came across with the cases of sugarcane harvesting workers. At that time, the police applying the charges of kidnapping, abduction. However, instead of that, the correct section must be applied. At that juncture, the prosecutor can apply under section 216 of CRPC, that is now I think BNSS 239. So the sections of 143, 144, 145, 146 can be, the prosecutor can make application to add this section, or SC/ST Act if applicable. Thereafter, the Juvenile Justice Act, or if it is an organized crime, then in Makoka can be applied. Thereafter, the compensation, the public prosecutor certainly apply for the delivering of compensation and seeking direction from the court for the speedy compensation to the said workers. coordination, there must be coordination between the police, public prosecutor, and panel lawyers, NGOs, and the rescuing agency that is under the control of district magistrate. Thereafter, the role of regarding role of public prosecutor, the training, because the public prosecutor are aware about the criminal law, that is IPC, now the BNSS, but they must be sensitized by special awarding, special training regarding the this act, that is a Bonded Labor System Abolition Act. Therefore, there must be training, seminars, and sensitization regarding the rights of the victims. Because in this matter, the first question is the identification of victim by the authority, and because the victim are not aware about their rights, therefore identification of the victim is must, and therefore public prosecutor must be diligence to ensure that they must get their rights, they must get their compensation. I think so. This is the role of public prosecutor in this matter. Thank you.
I request Ajit Golab sir to express his view. His point should be: can mediation be a viable tool for wage disputes without diluting statutory protections? How can Lok Adalats and district legal services authorities be leveraged for quicker resolution? What safeguards are needed to protect vulnerable workers during mediation?
मंचावर आणि सभागृहात उपस्थित सर्व न्यायप्रेमी व्यक्तिगण, माझं आपल्याला सर्वांना अभिवादन. मीडिएशन म्हटलं, इट्स अ प्रोसेस वेअर अ न्यूट्रल थर्ड पार्टी हेल्प्स डिस्प्युटिंग पार्टीज रीच अ म्युच्युअली ॲक्सेप्टेबल ॲग्रीमेंट. तर याच्यामध्ये सर्वात मोठा ड्रॉबॅक असा आहे की एकही पार्टी जर या प्रोसेसमध्ये विड्रॉ करायची म्हटली तर मीडिएटरला काही नाही करता येत, मीडिएटर फेल होतं. त्याच्यानंतर दुसरं एक आहे टाईम लिमिट. बऱ्याच वेळेस दिलेल्या टाईम लिमिटमध्ये पार्टीज ॲग्रीमेंटपर्यंत पोचू नाही शकत, तर मग टाईम एक्सटेंड करून घ्यावा लागतो. टाईम एक्सटेंड करून पण जर नाही पोचलं सेटलमेंटपर्यंत तर मीडिएशन फेल होतं. पण माझ्या मते डिस्प्यूट रिलेटिंग टू वेजेस जे आहेत ते जर मीडिएशनच्या मार्फत सॉल्व्ह होऊ शकले तर गेम चेंजर ठरू शकेल मीडिएशन. सिव्हिल नेचर असतं त्यांच्या डिस्प्यूटचं, की रिकव्हरी ऑफ वेजेस आहेत किंवा कमी पेमेंट गेलेला आहे, अशा प्रकारचे जर सिव्हिल डिस्प्यूट्स असतील तर ते सर्टनली मीडिएशनकडे रेफर होऊन चांगल्या पद्धतीने मीडिएशन त्याच्या बाबतीत होऊ शकतं. पण ॲज फार ॲज जर हे प्रोव्हिजन जर बघितल्या, पेमेंट ऑफ वेजेस ॲक्ट आणि बॉन्डेड लेबर ॲक्ट, तर त्या पिनल प्रोव्हिजन आहेत. आणि सेक्शन 6 जो आहे मीडिएशन ॲक्ट 23चा, तो त्याचा जो शेड्यूल दिलेला आहे 1, त्याच्यामध्ये क्रिमिनल ऑफेन्सेस मीडिएशनला पाठवता येणं शक्य नाही आहे. पण जर आपण ऑफेन्सेस जर कंपाऊंडेबल असतील तर जजेस कॅन रेफर द मॅटर फॉर मीडिएशन. मला अजून एक तरतुदीकडे माझं लक्ष वेधू इच्छितो मी, की सेक्शन 321 CRPCचा आणि आताचा जो सेक्शन 360 आहे BNSSचा, विड्रॉल फ्रॉम द प्रॉसिक्युशन, जर प्रिसाइडिंग ऑफिसरला जर असं लक्षात आलं की एक चांगलं सेटलमेंट रीच आउट होतं आहे पार्टीजमध्ये, ज्याच्यानी जे कोणी पेमेंट ऑफ वेजेस ॲक्ट खाली किंवा बॉन्डेड लेबर ॲक्ट खाली जर त्यांना रिस्पेक्टेबल रिहेबिलिटेशन त्यांचं जर होत असेल, तर सेक्शन 360 BNSSचा किंवा ऑल 321 वापरून प्रॉसिक्युशनला अलाव करता येईल विड्रॉल. आणि त्याच्यानी पण हे जे डिस्प्यूट्स आहेत, ज्यांना काहींना क्रिमिनल नेचर प्राप्त झालेलं आहे, ते पण या मीडिएशनच्या प्रोसेसमधनं रिझॉल्व करता येतील. सर्टनली काही इश्यूजकडे बघावं लागेल मीडिएशनच्या बाबतीमध्ये. जर असे इश्यू जर मीडिएशनकडे आले तर सर्वात पहिल्यांदा हे बघावं लागेल की हे या दोन्ही ॲक्ट खाली जे कोणी व्हिक्टिम्स आहेत तर बॉन्डेड लेबर ॲक्टमध्ये जर म्हटलं तर मायनॉर्स आहेत, त्याच्यानंतर गर्ल्स आहेत, त्यानंतर लेडीज आहेत किंवा लेमन आहेत, तर हे आपले राईट्स किती इफेक्टिवली मिडिएशनच्या प्रोसेसमध्ये मांडू शकतील किंवा निगोशिएट करू शकतील माहिती एम्प्लॉयरबरोबर, हे थोडं डाऊटफुल असल्यामुळे जर त्यांना चांगला सपोर्ट लिगल एडकडनं मिळाला, म्हणजे चांगले वकील त्यांच्या बाजूने तिथे उभे राहिले जे एक्सपिरियन्स आहेत लेबर लॉमध्ये, तर त्यांच्या मदतीने पण एक चांगलं रिस्पेक्टेबल रिहॅबिलिटेशन किंवा सोल्युशन ऑफ द डिस्प्यूट किंवा सेटलमेंट मिडिएशनद्वारे रीच आऊट केलं जाऊ शकतं. तर जर समजा अजून एक त्याच्यामध्ये मला असा अँगल देता येईल की लिगल एड सर्व्हिसेस अथॉरिटीज जे आहेत त्यांच्याकडे जे पॅनल ॲडव्होकेट्स आहेत त्यांनी अशा प्रकारच्या डिस्प्यूटमध्ये जर थोडा टॉर्ट्स लॉ जर इम्प्लिमेंट केला किंवा त्याच्यामध्ये रॉंगफुल रिस्ट्रेंट आहे, रॉंगफुल कन्फाईनमेंट आहे त्या व्हिक्टीमची, तर त्यांनी त्याला लॉ ऑफ टॉर्ट्समध्ये बसवून कॉम्पेन्सेशनच्याकडे जर त्या केसला घेऊन गेलं तर ते शेवटी मिडिएशनमध्ये येऊ शकतात. आणि अटॅचमेंट बिफोर जजमेंट पण सिव्हिल प्रोसिजरमध्ये त्या एम्प्लॉयरच्या विरोधात, डिफेंडंटच्या विरोधात तुम्ही अप्लाय करून त्याच्यावरती फोर्स अप्लाय करून त्याला निगोशिएशनच्या टेबलपर्यंत आणलं जाऊ शकतं. तर अशा पद्धतीने काही जर आपण इश्यूज जर रिझॉल्व करू शकलो तर माझ्या मते मिडिएशन पण एक खूप चांगल्या पद्धतीने गेम चेंजर ठरू शकतं असं माझं मत मी नोंदवतो. धन्यवाद.
Now I call upon Advocate Trupti Patil, panel lawyer, Dalsa Thane, to express her views.
I would like to thank Malsa and DLSA Thana. I am representing DLSA Thana as a panel advocate at special cell constituted under the NALSA schemes for unorganized sector workers and bonded labor. And also I am thankful to IJM for giving me this opportunity to present my views at this discussion. So mainly the role of panel advocate is very vast. Actually panel advocate is the mediator between all these victims, courts and all the government departments. And I feel that more and more panel advocates should be trained in this bonded labor laws and other laws which are related to the such kind of human trafficking victims. And through DLSA, such training should be held, and the expert people should be called for this kind of, those who has worked in the field of this bonded labor cases. And other mechanism also can be used to ensure the quality for this, giving legal aid to the victims of this bonded labor cases. Panel advocate should be, as I said, they should be trained specifically in this bonded labor and human trafficking cases, and should special focus should be that bonded labor system is still prevailing. We are living in 21st century, but still we are facing this problem. And it is very sad that we are discussing today after 50 years of enacting of this bonded labor abolition act. So it's a very, and as since morning we are listening about all the situations still prevailing in our country to come out of this system, but still it is prevailing. And it is generally said that it is, the cases are happening only in rural areas, but that is not true. It's happening in urban areas, as we have seen that it is in Bid also, in city area also we have rescued some child laborers also. Even in our Thana district, we have the laborers rescued in the city area. So it's a very painful situation, and awareness should be more and more created about this labor law system, what is the very severe in this our country. And at present, it is just a request that all the panel advocates working at special cell or all the DLSAs are working on pro bono basis for the social cause and to give the justice to the victims. With a hard, heavy dedication they are working. So it's a humble request to the Malsa team that at least some honorarium should be given to these panel advocates so that they will feel little enthusiasm to work for this cause, because they have to travel a lot, they have to do the lot of paperwork, they have to follow they have to take follow-ups with district magistrate, they have to go to DLSA office for the other related documents, labor departments, and other government departments. So in this way, we can give the justice to the victim. So panel advocate should not be just ignored like this, ki they are working. Sorry, but I have to mention this because these are our pain we are feeling as I am representing all the panel advocates. And as Mr. Prosecutor said, ki panel advocate should work in coordination with the public prosecutors. So they play key role when the hearing stage is started before the court. So they are presenting the cases. So panel advocate keep a track with the victims since rescue to the last stage of hearing. So very great role is played, and the coordination between the panel advocate and prosecutor should be in good terms. So victims will feel one faithfulness in the judicial system, because we all know कि सबका कहना है कि हमें justice नहीं मिलता है, न्याय मिलता नहीं है, इसलिए कोई कोर्ट में जाते नहीं हैं, but it is not true. So we have set the examples now. Just now also we saw कि how many laborers were rescued with the help of DLS and IJM team. So we are doing our best to get the better results. So victims के मन में जो डर है, the fear in the victims कि कोर्ट में जाके हमको hostile कर देते, many times the survey, and as per their survey, we panel advocate work and find out and rectify the where are the bonded labors prevailing in our society. So once again, I am thanking all of you for giving me opportunity to give my views. Thank you.
I call upon Advocate Renita Mengzes to share her thoughts.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to everyone. I would like to thank Malsa, especially Honorable Shri Justice Ravindra Guge sir, and Azmi sir, and also the entire team, as well as IJM team, for giving me this opportunity. With due respect, I would like to say that though this legislation is being passed 50 years ago, the awareness about this law, even among key stakeholders, is very, very minimal. They know that the law exists, but then the elements of the bonded labor cases, they are not very much knowing about it. And when we take the information to them and talk about it and ask for rescue, it looks like they have a picture of what we see in the movies. Bonded labor is equal to slavery. Maybe they are bound in chains, maybe they are locked up, kept behind big walls, locked gates, bouncers, etc. So when we tell them tell the facts of the case and ask for rescue, they have many questions. And they'll be like, okay, whose responsibility is it? Who will form the team? Who should be in the team? And all these questions arise. And yes, when NGOs are there, NGOs are there, they go with all the basis, all the documents that are basis for this, and go with CSS scheme and all that, and tell the officer that this is it, and this is how this case falls into bonded labor and they need rescue. Once they are convinced, again the question arises whether my higher officer will agree to this. We need to take approval from the higher officer. Why don't you talk to my higher officer, and if that officer tells me go and rescue, then I am ready to do it. And not to point at anybody or blame anybody, though 50 years ago this legislation was passed, these cases are coming to light of late, like from 2-3 years we see these cases. And these officers who we have met, though initially they are not aware of it, they understand what it is, they go for rescue and they do whatever needed to be done. We have even champions, like some collectors, some labor officers and all, champions for rescues of these because they know the reality of these bonded laborers. So the solution for this is, maybe have curriculums for each department, because in these rescues and, this casework needs so many departments coming together and working together. So curriculums need to be for departments, specialized departments, and it needs to be rolled out systematically. And maybe after 1 year, we can come back and see what is working, what is not working, what are the questions, what can be done better, and those things. Okay, and when we go ahead and to talk more about it, is that the procedures of rescue, rehabilitation and prosecution, everything is a little bit different in these cases because it is a special legislation. RCs need to be issued immediately after the rescue. Now officers ask us questions like why RCs are need to be given, and what is this document, what this document looks like, and who will sign this, where is the mandate, all these questions arise again. Plus 30,000 rehabilitation amount has to be given immediate, that is immediate assistance. That is for the rescued laborer to start his or her life from the scratch again. Otherwise, there are high chances that they will fall back into the trap again. But the question is from where this money comes, who has the funds, and all that. Corpus funds need to be there, need to be established and all that. This comes from CSS scheme and all that. So again, I would say procedure-wise, we need to have documents like standard operating procedures and the rules and SAPs and all that, state action plan. This needs to be prepared, and this needs to be sent out to all the key stakeholders so that they can refer to that document for our state and they can work on it. So at this juncture, NGOs play a strong key role in educating, in informing the stakeholders what needs to be done, how it needs to be done. But when everything is in place and when all these trainings and everything happens, I would say that in coming 2-3 years time, if everything goes well, I would say that all the departments will do whatever they need to do, and NGOs can exit from the NGOs need not work exclusively on this topic. And then the question was about sustainable rehabilitation. We have NALSA schemes. NALSA schemes for unorganized sector. In that, the housing, the land, provision for land, housing, and all these provisions are there, and even vocational training, etc. are given. So this needs to be worked on, but I would say only DLSA will not be able to completely do this, because they have to look into many things. They cannot focus on only this topic and work. So even again, I would like to invite all the NGOs, like-minded NGOs, come forward and join hands with DLSAs and work together to implement these schemes. I would like to talk about one project in Tamil Nadu, wherein this scheme is actually, envisioned. In the sense, scheme was there, but then one collector dreamt about something very unique and good. And that collector went ahead and selected a plot, a big plot, wherein he gave the accommodation. He built houses for the survivors of bonded labor, and he gave them livelihood opportunities inside that facility itself. That is, paper making unit is established, even sanitary pad making unit is there, plus coal mining, charcoal making unit, plus the brick kiln making unit. Also, the children of survivors go to a school which is inside that facility, and also they have community hall. That place is like, a dream come true for the survivors of bonded labor. Definitely, we can think about such things and implement it in our state as well. This is all I want to say, and then again, I would like all of you to come together and work together to make our state bonded labor free. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you all panelist persons. We have heard the views of these persons. They have tried to satisfy the questions raised in the schedule. However, two questions arises in my mind. We all know that our state is more populated in the rural areas, and this problem of bonded labor pertains to the village side area. We all know that there are two key persons in the rural area. One is Talati and other is Gram Sevak. And third person is there also, Police Patil. Madam also knows that she comes from the police department. These three persons can play a vital role in ensuring the security of the persons who have been bonded by anybody. Because in the cases of bonded laborers, the information is very important to the authorities that such persons are being kidnapped or bonded somewhere, and their movements are being curtailed, or they are being restrained from moving any side. Under the circumstances, the role of these persons are very important, and for that purpose, a sensitization of these peoples is very necessary. Moreover, I think that the state government may ensure that they may sensitize the persons of Maharashtra regarding this problem, and they can promote such information on the basis of giving some prizes to the person who gives such sensitive information subject to confidentiality of that person to the authorities. With this, I conclude this part of this program. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you all the dignitaries on the dais. I request them all to be seated in the auditorium, please. Thank you. Now let us do one activity. Please pick up this paper before you. Open it. And try to take a hand in hand. Just like this. Open the hands, take another hand in hand. So, we have to take hand in hand to take efforts and to combat bonded labor. Thank you. I also request technical branch to play animated video.
रूपों में से एक है। इसकी शुरुआत पुराने समय में हुई थी, जब समाज के गरीब तबके के लोग जमींदारों और बिचौलियों से पैसे उधार लेते थे और बदले में अपना श्रम देते थे। जो एक कर्ज के रूप में शुरू हुआ, वो जल्द ही एक गहरे अपराध में परिवर्तित हो गया। कई पीढ़ियों तक कर्ज चुकाने से जुड़ा काम नियंत्रण और शोषण की एक व्यवस्था बन गया। समय के साथ यह प्रथा अधिक संगठित, शोषणकारी और गुप्त होती चली गई। आज बंधुआ मजदूरी को भारत में मानव तस्करी के सबसे व्यापक रूपों में से एक माना जाता है। जो असंगठित क्षेत्र के ईंट भट्टों, गन्ने के खेतों, चावल मिलों, मुर्गी पालन केंद्रों और अन्य उद्योगों में परिवारों को फंसाए रखती है। 1976 में एक महत्वपूर्ण मोड़ आया, जब भारत सरकार ने इस शोषणकारी व्यवस्था को समाप्त करने
कारण एखादं काम करत असताना जर ती बातमी लीक झाली तर त्याचा जो आउटपुट आपल्याला प्राप्त व्हायचा असतो तो आउटपुट प्राप्त होत नाही. आणि जेव्हा आम्ही एकदम सकाळी म्हणजे योगायोग म्हणा की मी त्यात पर्सनली त्या तिथे व्हिजिट त्या ग्राउंड लेवलला पर्सनली मी अपिअर होतो, त्यामुळे नेमकी काय परिस्थिती असते याचा मला चांगला थोडा तो अनुभव आला की त्यावेळेस ते बॉन्डेड लेबर घाबरलेले असतात आणि ते समोर यायला कोणी पाहत नाही. त्यांना असं वाटतं आम्ही समोर आलो तर याचे दुसरे परिणाम आम्हाला भोगावे लागतील. त्यांना अशा वेळेस जर तुमची माझी पोलिसांची कलेक्टर साहेबांची या सगळ्या मान्यवरांची तेव्हा त्यांना जर साथ लाभली तर ते सहजरित्या समोर येऊ शकतात आणि ते रिलीज होण्यासाठी मदत करू शकतात. नाही तर सगळा म्हणजे सगळी जी सिस्टीम आपण लावली आणि तेच जर पुढं आले नाहीत तर त्यांना नेक्स्ट प्रश्न असतो की आपला रोजगाराचं काय होईल, आपल्याला कोण मदत करेल. त्यावेळेस त्यांना बाहेर काढून त्यांना जर आपण समजून सांगितलं, कॉन्सलेशन केलं की तुमचं रिहॅबिलिटेशन योग्य प्रकारे होऊ शकतं. आणि सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचं जे आहे ते बॉन्डेड लेबलला रिलीज केल्यानंतर त्यांचं रिहॅबिलिटेशन कसं होईल यासाठी आपल्याला नेहमी लक्ष ठेवावं लागेल आणि आपणसुद्धा ठेवूया आणि प्रत्येकाने यासाठी मदत करावी ही जर अपेक्षा बाळगतो आणि माझा जो अनुभव आहे तो 2 शब्द संपवतो. थँक्यू.
Thank you, sir. Delicious food is waiting for us and we are also waiting for the same. I request everyone to enjoy the lunch and to reassemble here after 1 hour. Thank you. Arrangement of lunch is done outside the hall. Crystal Hall. It is made at Crystal Hall. So all participants are requested to have lunch. Thank you. For panel discussion on implementation of schemes and rehabilitation compensation assistance related to bonded labor, challenges, solutions, and responsibilities, I welcome respected retired district judge Shri S.G. Shete, Shri Yuvraj Padiyal, Assistant Labor Commissioner, Shri Ravikant Shinde, Assistant Commissioner of Social Welfare, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, Shri Ravindra S.
22-23 वर्षाची आणि तिचा मुलगा होता 24-25 वर्षाचा आणि 2 छोटी बाळं होती, एक मुलगा आणि मुलगी. असा तो 5 लोकांचा परिवार होता आणि त्या ठिकाणी ते तसेच थांबलेले होते. दुसऱ्या दिवशी सकाळी जेव्हा तो मालक आला, त्या मालकाचं नाव मला माहिती आहे, पण असं पब्लिकली आरोपीचं नाव आपण एक्सपोज करत नाही, अशी कायदेशीर अडचण असल्यामुळं मी ते नाव घेणार नाही. पण तो व्यक्ती तिथे आला आणि त्या व्यक्तीने सर प्रचंड मारहाण यांना करायला सुरुवात केली. का की त्यानं 3 लाख रुपये त्या कॉन्ट्रॅक्टरला दिले होते कोणातरी, आणि असं ठरलं होतं की ह्या लोकांची मजुरी जी आहे त्या कॉन्ट्रॅक्टरला पोहोचली, आता यांना मजुरी देण्याची गरज नाही. त्यांनी मागितलं तरी त्यांना मजुरी देऊ नका. तो कॉन्ट्रॅक्टर म्हटला होता की मी माझ्या पद्धतीनं देईन. त्यांना एकही रुपये न देता तो कॉन्ट्रॅक्टर 3 लाख रुपये घेऊन निघून गेला होता. म्हणजे जवळजवळ त्यांना त्यात विकलेलंच होतं 3 लाख रुपयामध्ये. आणि मग त्या माणसानं इतकी मारहाण केली त्यांना दिवसभर, आणि कहर म्हणजे रात्री तो दारू पिऊन आला आणि त्या कुटुंबातली जी सून होती तिला त्यांनी रात्रभर त्या तिच्या नवऱ्यासमोर, तिच्या मुलांसमोर आणि सासूसमोर रात्रभर मॉलस्टेट करत होता. मला ते शब्दसुद्धा उच्चारायला अवघड जात आहे की त्यांनी काय काय केलं त्या महिलेला. आणि रात्रभर ती बिचारी स्त्री प्रचंड प्राणांतिक वेदना सहन करत होती. आणि कशीबशी सकाळी ती सासू जी होती त्या कुटुंबातली, ती महिला कशीबशी स्वतःची सुटका करून गावात पळत आली आणि मोठ्या मोठ्याने रडायला लागली. तिची भाषा कळेना, लोकांना काय झालं काहीच कळेना. पण त्या गावचा पोलीस पाटील होता, तो फार म्हणजे खरा महत्त्वाचा रोल त्या पोलीस पाटलाचा आहे. त्याला भाषा जरी कळत नव्हती, त्याला एवढं मात्र कळलं आहे की काहीतरी गंभीर झालं आहे. आणि त्यानं तातडीनं त्यांच्या PSI साहेबांना फोन केला त्या एरियाच्या, माजलगावच्या. पुढच्या 15 मिनिटात पोलिसांची गाडी आली आणि अर्ध्याच तासात त्या लोकांची सुटका करण्यात आली. सुटका केल्यानंतर आता त्यांना ठेवायचं कुठे हा प्रश्न होता. आपल्याकडे साधारणतः चाइल्ड लेबरचे आपण जेव्हा 10 रेड घेतो, त्यांना मुक्त केल्यानंतर बालविकास समितीच्या आदेशानंतर आपण त्यांना बालगृहामध्ये ठेवतो, सुधारगृहामध्ये ठेवत नाहीत. सुधारगृहामध्ये ज्या मुलांनी 18 वर्षाच्या खालील असतील आणि त्यांनी काही क्राईम केला असेल आणि तो जर ती अजून ट्रायलला केस असेल तर तेवढ्या कालावधीमध्ये किंवा त्यांना शिक्षा जरी झाली तरी त्यांना त्या बाल सुधारगृहामध्ये ठेवलं जातं. ह्या मुलांना आपण कुठे ठेवतो? बाल सदनमध्ये, की जिथे नॉर्मल मुलं असतात, ज्यांचे आईवडील नसतील, अशा ठिकाणी त्या मुलांना ठेवता येतं. आता हे पूर्ण कुटुंब होतं. बरं, सगळ्यांना स्प्लिट करून ठेवणं शक्य नव्हतं. एवढं जीवाच्या आकांताने दुःख त्यांनी पाहिलेलं होतं की आपण कल्पना पण करू शकत नव्हतो. मग शेवटी जिल्हाधिकारी सरांनी असा निर्णय घेतला की आपण यांना मानवलोक म्हणून एक तिथे फार मोठा प्रोजेक्ट आहे माजलगावला, डॉक्टर द्वारकादास लोहिया यांचा. तेव्हा ते जिवंत होते, आज ते नाहीत आपल्यात. तर त्यांनी काय केलं की मग स्वतःहून पुढाकार घेतला आणि ते जवळपास जिल्हाधिकारी कार्यालयाच्या 16-17 कमिट्यांवर होते. म्हणून त्यांनी सांगितलं की सर त्यांना माझ्या महिलांच्या वसतिगृहामध्ये ठेवा. मग 4-5 दिवस ते महिलांच्या वसतिगृहामध्ये राहिले. आणि मग पुढे नंतर त्या मध्य प्रदेशमधून त्यांचे 4-5 पोलीस अधिकारी आले, महिला बालविकासची टीम आली आणि मग त्या सगळ्या लोकांना तिथून, मला वाटतं 6व्या दिवशी आम्ही त्यांना तिथून पाठवलं. मी जेव्हा त्यांचं स्टेटमेंट मला घ्यायचं होतं आणि मी पहिल्यांदा जेव्हा हॉस्पिटलला गेलो तर मला PSI सरांनी सांगितलं की सर आय एम सॉरी, तुम्ही जरी कामासाठी आलात पण त्यांची मनस्थिती नाही आहे कोणाशी बोलण्याची. आणि मलाही ते समजत होतं. मी म्हटलं इट्स ओके सर, फक्त माझी एवढीच रिक्वेस्ट आहे की त्यांना एकदा इथून जाण्यापूर्वी मला स्टेटमेंट घेऊ द्या, कारण की मला सगळ्या 5-6 ॲक्टमध्ये, लेबर लॉमध्ये त्यांना मला प्रॉसिक्यूट करायचं होतं. जिल्हा न्यायाधीश म्हणजे JMFCकडे मला खटला दाखल करायचा होता, म्हणून मला ती आवश्यकता होती. मग 6व्या दिवशी जेव्हा ती नॉर्मल झाली फॅमिली, मग मी सगळं स्टेटमेंट घेतलं आणि मग पुढं आम्ही आमच्या लेबर डिपार्टमेंटच्या ज्या काही 7-8 केसेस असतात त्या सगळ्या त्यांच्यावरती टाकल्या. आता हा झाला एक पार्ट. दुसरा पार्ट असा होता की काही अधिकाऱ्यांचं म्हणणं असं होतं की तो सरळ सरळ क्राईम आहे. मग आता त्याच्यामध्ये त्यांना वेट बिगार पकडायचं की नाही पकडायचं. मला चांगलं आठवतं तेव्हा नवल किशोर राम सर, आता मला वाटतं पुण्याला ते मनपा आयुक्त आहेत किंवा असतील, मला आता एक्झॅक्ट पोस्टिंग माहीत नाही त्यांची, पण मनपा जिल्हाधिकारी नवल किशोर राम सर होते. त्यांनी मला बोलावून घेतलं ऑफिसला आणि मला विचारलं की तुम्हारा क्या ओपिनियन है इस केस के बारे में. मी म्हणलं सर मुझे तो लगता है कि सीधे सीधे वो बॉन्डेड लेबर है, क्योंकि उनको बुलाया गया था शुगर केन कटिंग वर्कर के लिए. बेसिकली उनको बोला गया था खेती करने के लिए बुलाएंगे, बट काम करा ले रहे थे उनसे शुगर केन वर्कर का, एंड उनको तो पेमेंट भी नहीं दिया गया है. और इतना मतलब ह्यूमिलेट तो किया ही, लेकिन मॉलस्टेट किया. दॅट इज ऑल टोटल कवर्ड इन बॉन्डेड लेबर ॲक्ट. नवल किशोर राम सरांना ते 100% पटलं आणि मग त्यांनी एक काम केलं. माजलगावचे DYSP, माजलगावचे उपजिल्हाधिकारी आणि मला म्हणजे मी अशी तिघांची एक आमची कमिटी तयार केली आणि आम्हाला सांगितलं की 2 दिवसात ह्या विषयावर रिपोर्ट द्यायचा आहे. मग आम्ही जाऊन त्या सगळ्या स्पॉट व्हिजिट केलं. तोपर्यंत सुदैवानं ते लोक तिथं होते. मग आम्ही स्पॉट व्हिजिट केल्या, त्या लोकांचं ओपिनियन घेतलं आणि सगळं जेव्हा रेकॉर्डवर आलं, आम्ही तातडीनं त्याच दिवशी व्हिजिलन्स कमिटीची संध्याकाळी 7 वाजता बैठक लावली आणि आम्ही हे डिक्लेअर केलं की ते बॉन्डेड लेबर होते. मग तातडीनं डेप्टी कलेक्टर साहेबांनी त्यांना रिलीज सर्टिफिकेट पण दिले आणि मग पुढचा त्यांचा जो प्रवास झाला तो ॲटलिस्ट त्यांना जे काही शासनाकडून मदत मिळायची ती त्यांना पुढे मिळाली. आता या केसमध्ये मला फक्त एवढंच सांगायचं आहे की काय संवेदना त्या स्त्रीनं किंवा त्या कुटुंबानं भोगल्या असतील. आपण कल्पनेच्या पलीकडे विचार पण करू शकत नाही, एवढं संवेदनशील तो विषय आहे. आज इथे आपण सेमिनारला बसलो आहे सर, हा फक्त एक जस्ट लाईक सेमिनार नाही आहे की सकाळी आपण आलो आहे, अटेंडन्स रजिस्टरवर सह्या केल्या आणि आता बस आपलं जेवण झाले, फॉर्मॅलिटी पूर्ण करायची आणि निघून जायची. ज्या माणसाला समाजभान असेल, ज्या माणसाला मन असेल, तोच व्यक्ती हे सगळं दुःख समजू शकतो. मन हेलावून टाकणाऱ्या ह्या सगळ्या घटना आहेत. आपण सकाळी ज्या 2 क्लिप पाहिल्या, तुम्हाला आठवत असेल तर एका मुलाचं बोट कापलेलं दिसतंय त्या एका इव्हेंटमध्ये आणि त्याच्या इथं हृदयाच्या इथे जाळही चटके दिलेले आहेत. आपल्या मुलाला गुडघ्याला खरचटलं जरी खेळताना तर आपण 2 वेळा आयोडीन किंवा काहीतरी हे लावतो.
या आमच्या केसमध्ये ब्रिटो साहेबांनी जास्त मदत केली. त्याने ते प्रमाणपत्राचं फॉर्मॅट वगैरे मिळून दिलं आणि आपण तो काम स्विफ्टली करू शकलो. तर त्याच्यानंतर जे आता आपण जो खटला भरला आहे, त्या खटल्यामध्ये त्या आरोपींना कसं जास्तीत जास्त आपल्याला शिक्षा देता येईल किंवा त्याच्यामध्ये पुरावा कसा आपल्याला आणता येईल तिथे, जेणेकरून सुटणार नाही आरोपी, तर हे सुद्धा प्रयत्न आपण करू शकतो. आपण पब्लिक प्रॉसिक्युटरची मदत घेऊ शकतो, आपले LADCS आहे त्यांची मदत घेऊ शकतो किंवा इतरही आपण मदत घेऊ शकतो. आणि याच्यामध्ये आपण त्याचप्रमाणे आपण काउन्सिलिंगचं झालं तर त्याच्याबरोबर आपण त्यांचे जर समजा त्या कामगार जे बॉन्डेड लेबर आहे ते परराज्यातील असेल तर त्यांना परराज्यामध्ये त्यांच्या राज्यामध्ये जाऊन जर सेटल व्हायचं असेल तर तिथं आपल्याला मदत मिळवून देण्यासाठी प्रयत्न करणं आवश्यक आहे. तिथले जे काही अधिकारी आहेत तिथे त्यांच्याकडून आपल्याला त्यांना काही लाभ मिळवून देता येते का, याबाबतसुद्धा आपण प्रयत्न करू शकतो. आणि पोस्ट रेस्क्यू जो फॉलोअप आहे तो सुद्धा आपण घेतो. आणि एकदा ते कामगार तिथे परत गेल्यानंतर ते पुन्हा परत येण्याची शक्यता इकडे नसतं आणि अशा वेळेस त्या केसेसमध्ये ते आरोपी सुटण्याची सुद्धा शक्यता असते. तर यावेळेस आपण त्यांचा जर कॉन्टॅक्ट नंबर घेऊन ठेवले, त्यांच्या परिवाराचे कोणी असेल त्यांचे शेजाऱ्यांचे कॉन्टॅक्ट नंबर घेऊन ठेवले आणि जेव्हा केस बोर्डवर येईल जेव्हा त्यांची साक्ष घ्यायची असेल त्यावेळेस जर त्यांना आपण बोलावून घेतलं, त्यांना मदत केली आणि बोलावून घेतलं आणि साक्ष जर व्यवस्थित झाली तर कदाचित त्याच्यामध्ये शिक्षा होण्याचं प्रमाण जास्त असू शकतं असं मला वाटतं. तर हा जो काही आहे हा एक जे महत्त्वाचे जे रोल आहेत आपल्या DLSAचे आणि स्पेशल सेलचे हे त्याच्यामध्ये आहेत असं मला वाटतं.
धन्यवाद सर. आता मी DY पाटील लॉ कॉलेज स्कूल ऑफ लॉचे डायरेक्टर मॅडम करुणा मालवीय यांना विनंती करतो की त्यांनी या बॉन्डेड लेबर या विषयामध्ये शैक्षणिक संस्थांची भूमिका काय याबद्दल थोडंसं आपल्याला मार्गदर्शन करावं. माझा त्यांना पहिला प्रश्न असा राहील की बॉन्डेड लेबर्सचं पुनर्वसन आणि नुकसान भरपाईची योजनेची जी अंमलबजावणी आहे ती अधिक प्रभावीपणे करण्यासाठी शैक्षणिक संस्था कोणती भूमिका बजावू शकते आणि संशोधन, देखरेख, मॉनिटरिंग करण्यासाठी आणि पीडित केंद्रित पुनर्वसन याचं जे मॉडेल विकसित करण्यासाठी विद्यापीठे किंवा जिल्हा प्रशासनाला शैक्षणिक संस्था कशी मदत करू शकते याबद्दल आपण प्रकाश टाकावा.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I really congratulate IJM and MALSA for taking this initiative and including academic universities like us to be a part of this consultation because we really play a very crucial role. We have young generation in our hand whose energy channelizes the whole process, and they are the representatives for tomorrow's future. So I really thank for making me part of this consultation. Now the question what sir has posed about the university's role किंवा विद्यापीठाचं काय contribution आहे ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टींमध्ये. So see, when we are as a university, we have different schools. Like for example, D.Y. Patil University itself has 22 schools, including medical, dental, like the law, and technical institutes, so many. So what we do or we can do is, every university is targeting to develop its research component. Rather, India is very progressive and taking steps to develop the research component. When we have collaborated with the organizations like IJM, we are more than happy to contribute into giving our students be a part of internship programs or involving them in the research projects and actually giving them hands-on experience. Because what is all needed now is we are no longer remaining in the classrooms now. The education is beyond the classroom. Now we are into the experiential learning process. And the projects like what we get it from the organization where our students get hands-on experience and they understand the real problems of the society. When they come to the infrastructure, what we give to them, and when through such projects they actually go on the groundwork to understand the problem, सगळ्यात आधी ती पहिली स्टेप असते त्यांची की त्यांना जो झटका लागतो की हे काय चाललंय वस्तुस्थितीमध्ये, व्हॉट इज हॅपनिंग हे आम्हाला माहीतच नाही आहे. टुडे वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट द 50 years ऑफ द बॉन्डेड लेबर ॲक्ट, abolition of the bonded labor act. But I genuinely feel, and I take opportunity on this platform because all the judicial officer position holders are there in front of me, that we really have to reinvent and revisit the act. So actual betterment and actual implementation of all the schemes and programs. See, what is happening, like I as an academician, if I see from the other end, because I'm not going on field, I'm not doing all these struggles of channelizing the energies and channelizing the energies and reaching to the stakeholders. What I can do or what I can see is we have to bring in some policy interventions, we have to bring in some policy suggestion, because what is happening, we are seeing and we are just executing. But what are we executing? Now all the position holders are sitting with me. I was listening very keenly to them because they are actually on the ground and they are trying to help the people. But what we are teaching in the curriculum is not what you are talking, sir. What we are teaching in the curriculum is that act. And the reality of the act, unless and until we people have been given opportunities by you people to involve students in actual experiential learning studies, they will not understand and they will not even get ready for the future advocacy or policy implementation. So that is very important, that this is the university role, that we have to involve ourselves in the policy interventions, in revisiting, reinventing the whole structure of the society. Now, as sir has rightly pointed out about the IRR, that is identification, release and rehabilitation. I believe that I has to be replaced, identification not, but the enquiry. Why still we have to go and identify when we actually see what is and how it is going on in the society? Are we not still relying on the old definition? I was just discussing with Kamini madam before the panel discussion, and she said she meant to me that it is very nice that we interacted before you go and talk something. She was also very sad on understanding the concept, the definition of the bonded labor. The definition of the bonded labor has gone beyond. Many of times I've discussed with Yesudas that, sir, we are staying in Navi Mumbai, the Kharghar, which we call it as an education hub, where there is no alcohol, even the alcohol is not allowed, but I can see that the transgenders are involved in open prostitution on the road. What is this concept? What are they? Are they doing it by their own heart? I don't think so. Why they are not identified yet as a bonded laborers? So there are so many problems. So the definition of the bonded labor, we are calling bonded labor as unorganized sector. For how many years we are going to call them unorganized sector is also a question to be posed here. When we know that they are unorganized sector, why we are not taking any effort to make it organized? When we are catering to the industry, agriculture industry, which is the whole and soul of our country, then why we are still calling that sector as unorganized, and what are the efforts taken by the government to make it as an organized sector? Now about the administration, the support to the administration which I think a university can give is, we can definitely come with some MOUs with the district magistrate level, and we can work out, or we can make some steer group wherein the DM, the university dean, the social workers or the NGOs, the rescued laborers, and some students will be a part of that steering group. And we can recognize the hotspots, like the hotspots of the area. We can actually go and we can actually, make awareness. We can actually, reach or make them aware about all these schemes. Do you really think those who are aware about their own rights, are they aware about the schemes? They are not. So I really congratulate the DLSA, because we very closely work with Thane DLSA. So the special cell, what efforts they are doing, how the awareness they are making. Just now the work uploaded by sir of one of the advocate, it is really important, and it should not be limited to one DLSA or a specific area. It should be a part of every possible organization attached to this particular sector of bonded labor. I believe that as a university, we can help in organizing capacity building programs. We can definitely, we normally do also. So I think we should more channelize or organize such program for different kind of sections which are, readily or available to work for the bonded laborers. And generally, as an academician, I can only say that if bonded labor, we see as a dream that there should be a complete abolition of the bonded labor. It is at the grassroots, and for that we should reach at the grassroots. And for that, the basic important police प्रशासनाचा खूप महत्त्वाचा रोल आहे याच्यामध्ये. जेव्हा आपण म्हणतो की पोलीस स्टेशनमध्ये आज मला पोलीस कंप्लेंट रजिस्टर करायला चला एक वुमन युनिट आहे, वुमन सेल आहे, ज्युवेनाईलसाठी ज्युवेनाईल युनिट आहे, बॉन्डेड लेबरसाठी पण एक युनिट असावं जिथे बॉन्डेड लेबर अगदी फ्री माइंडने जाऊ शकतो आणि त्याला काही भीती नाही की मी तिथे गेल्यावर माझ्या मालकाने माझ्यावर खोटा दावा नाही बसवायला पाहिजे. ही फ्रीडम असायला पाहिजे आज आपल्यामध्ये. जेव्हा आपण पोलीस प्रशासनाला सी आय डोंट वॉन्ट टू ब्लेम एनीवन, बट देन व्हॉट इज पेट्रोलिंग, व्हॉट इज हॅपनिंग वेन द पेट्रोलिंग. आपण एवढं इंधन वाया घालवतोय आणि पेट्रोलिंगने फिरतोय आणि आपल्या डोळ्याला का झापड लागले, आपण का नाही पाहत आहे. When I go on the roads of Kharghar in my car and I see why a police vehicle going in front of me are not seeing the transgenders openly soliciting. What is their role? About the rehabilitation, why there is still need that we have to rehabilitate bonded labor, segregating them की बाल आहेत की अडल्ट आहेत आणि मग त्यांना आपण कुठे सेग्रिगेट करू, त्यांच्यासाठी रिहॅबिलिटेशनचं प्रॉपर युनिट का नाही आहे. So when we are saying that we have problems, what is lacking is if university has to contribute in the form of research and intervene in the policy. D.Y. Patil University School of Law, we are always there with you, with Mahalsa, with IJM. We have around 600 students. We are running UG, PG and PhD courses. And actually आम्हाला पाहिजे की आम्ही ग्राउंड लेवलला जाऊन ती गोष्ट समजू आणि आमच्या मुलांना तिथे अभ्यास करण्याचा अनुभव देऊ. So forget about D.Y. Patil, like we can channelize it to all the universities across, that now is a time when experiential learning is required to eradicate the root cause of such problems. So I believe that universities can contribute in this way, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. मी पडियाल सरांना अजून प्रश्न विचारतो की आपण या दृष्टीने बॉन्डेड लेबर कमी करण्यासाठी किंवा त्याचं इरॅडिकेशन करण्यासाठी काय प्रयत्न करावेत सर्वसामान्य माणसाने.
सर मी जसं सांगितलं म्हणजे बॉन्डेड लेबर मुक्त करताना लेबर डिपार्टमेंटला किंवा कोणत्या डिपार्टमेंटला काय काय अडचणी येतात. तर सर पहिली अडचण ही येते की ती घटना घडून गेल्यानंतर यंत्रणेला कळतं. आपल्याला आधी माहीतच नसतं की इथे बॉन्डेड लेबरी चालू आहे. आत्ता मॅडमने जसं त्यांच्या विषयामध्ये शेअर केलं, माझं ओपिनियन मॅडमचं थोडंसं वेगळं आहे. मी जेवढं काम केलं आहे त्याच्यामध्ये सगळ्यात जास्त सपोर्ट जर कोणी केला असेल तर पोलीस यंत्रणेनं केला आहे. सिंगल कॉलवर सुद्धा पोलिसांनी गाडी पाठवली आहे आणि लोकांना रेस्क्यू केलं आहे. जवळपास 40-45 बालकामगार तर मी मुक्त केले. माझे सहकारी तत्वशील कांबळे आहे, त्यांनी तर 200पेक्षा जास्त बालकामगार मुक्त केलेत. 100पेक्षा जास्त बालविवाह त्या माणसानं थांबवलेत. ते जेव्हा जेव्हा SP ऑफिसला गेलेत 2 मिनटात त्यांना फोर्स मिळतो. ते कोणत्याही शासकीय पदावर नाही आहेत, ते कोणत्याही गव्हर्नमेंटची यंत्रणा नाही आहे, ते सामाजिक कार्यकर्ता आहे, पण तरी त्यांचा मान आहे. आपण तो व्हिडिओ पाहिला, त्याच्यामध्ये तरी अशोक तांगडे साहेब जे आता त्या मंडळाचे बालन्याय मंडळाचे अध्यक्ष आहेत, त्यांनी त्यांचा फार चांगला उल्लेख केला. मी त्यांना अनेक वर्षापासून पाहतं. राज्य शासनाचा युवा पुरस्कार त्यांना त्या कामामुळे मिळालेला आहे. मला म्हणायचं असं आहे की ती घटना जेव्हा घडते ना सर, त्यावेळी आम्हाला त्यातली काहीच माहिती नसते. घटना घडून गेल्यानंतर आम्हाला ते कळतं. कारण की भारतासारख्या एवढ्या मोठ्या देशामध्ये कोण लोक कुठून कुठे जातात आणि विशेष करून ग्रामीण भागात जिथे की अगदी हार्डली 1000-2000 लोकांची लोकसंख्या असेल आणि 100 एकरची शेती त्या गावाच्या अवतीभोवती असेल, तर कोणत्या माणसानं कोणत्या लोकांना शेतीच्या कामाला तिथं आणलं असेल हे सहसा त्या गावातल्या ग्रामसेवक कळत नाही, तलाठ्यालाही कळत नाही. तर यंत्रणेला कळणं दूरच राहिलं सर. दुसरी अडचण अशी येते, जरी आम्ही बालकामगार मुक्त केले तरी त्या अधिकार क्षेत्राचा फार मोठा भाग येतो. समजा बालकामगार ओरिसा राज्यातील एखाद्या जिल्ह्यातले आहेत आणि मला आता तिथे जर पत्रव्यवहार करायचा असेल तर मला तिथलं ज्युरिस्डिक्शन लागू होतं का, ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टींचा तिथे मर्यादा येतात. आणि इथे जो आरोपी असतो त्यावर तर 100% कारवाई होते. मी जी घटना आपल्याला माजलगावची सांगितली, आजही ते आरोपी 30-30 वर्षाची शिक्षा माजलगावच्या जेलमध्ये भोगत आहेत. म्हणजे 100% त्या ठिकाणी कन्व्हिक्शनचा रेट असतो. परंतु काय होतं आहे की ती माहिती अभावी आपल्याला त्या ठिकाणी अडचण येते. पुन्हा तंत्रज्ञानाचा अभाव आहे, डेटा मॅपिंग काहीच नाही आहे त्याच्यामध्ये, किंवा असं एखादं सिस्टीमसुद्धा नाही आहे की ज्याच्यामध्ये आपल्याला कळेल की इथे आता बॉन्डेड लेबरी चालू आहे. एकतर त्या लोकांकडे मोबाईल नसतात, मोबाईल जरी असतील तर त्यांच्याकडे फोन कुठे लावायचा, कोणाला लावायचा ह्याची काही माहिती नसते. त्याच्यामुळे जरी त्यांच्या हातात मोबाईल असला तर ते त्यांच्या गावातल्या कोणाला तरी फोन लावतात आणि मग ते तिथून SP ऑफिसला जातात, मग तिथून आपल्या यंत्रणेकडे येते. ह्याला वेळ लागून जातो. 8 ते 10 दिवस ह्या सगळ्या प्रक्रियेला जातात सर, आणि मग कुठं रेस्क्यू होतो. दरम्यानच्या काळात जो अन्याय अत्याचार त्या व्यक्तीवर होतो तो मात्र त्याला सहनच करावा लागतो सर. आणि दुसरी गोष्ट आहे की हे जे एजंट मंडळी आहे सर, ती कुठेच आयडेंटिफाय होत नाही. त्यांचं कुठं, जसं एखाद्या कारखान्यातलं कॉन्ट्रॅक्ट लेबर असेल तर तो मालकच आधी कॉन्ट्रॅक्ट लेबर खाली प्रिन्सिपल एम्प्लॉयरचं रजिस्ट्रेशन घेतो आणि तो स्वतः त्याच्या प्रमाणपत्रात सांगतो की माझ्याकडे 10 कॉन्ट्रॅक्टर असतील, कोणत्या कोणत्या कामासाठी असतील असं तो सांगतो. पण ह्या ऊसतोडणीच्या कामात आणि विशेष करून बॉन्डेड लेबरमध्ये एकही कॉन्ट्रॅक्टरचं कोणतं रजिस्ट्रेशन नसतं. तो कोण व्यक्ती आहे, कुठला आहे, कसा आहे, काही माहीत नसतं ना. ते पोलिसांना माहिती आहे ना, इथल्या राज्य शासनाला माहिती आहे ना, कलेक्टर ऑफिसला, कोणत्याच यंत्रणेला माहीत नाही. कोणीतरी तो त्यांच्याच भागातला असतो, तो त्यांना घेऊन येतो आणि मग इथे ह्या सगळ्या घटना घडतात सर. जी सर, थँक्यू.
धन्यवाद सर. आज या सत्राच्या शेवटाला आपण आलेलो आहोत. तर बॉन्डेड लेबर्सची पुनर्वसन, त्यांना मिळणारी सहाय्य, याच्याबद्दलच्या बऱ्याच गोष्टी आपल्याला उलगडून सांगितल्यामध्ये युवराज सरांनी, पाजनकर सरांनी आणि शिंदे सरांनी आणि डॉक्टर करुणा मालवीय मॅडम यांनी की पुस्तकी ज्ञानाशिवायही जगाची खरी ओळख त्यांनी त्या मुलांना करून दिलेली आहे. आणि हे फार अमूल्य असं काम ते त्यांच्या मुलांमार्फत किंवा त्यांच्या कॉलेजमधील विद्यार्थ्यांमार्फत करून घेतात. ही खरोखर स्पृहणीय आणि त्यांचा अभिमान आपल्या सगळ्यांना अभिमान वाटावा असं त्यांची कामगिरी आहे. या ठिकाणी मी IJMला अशी एक विनंती करतो की जसं तुमचं काम पुणे ठाण्यामध्ये आहे तसंच आपल्या या भागातील, म्हणजे समजा बीड, परभणी, औरंगाबाद या जिल्ह्यांमधील वकील आपल्या संस्थेशी संलग्न करून घ्यावेत आणि त्यांच्यामार्फत खऱ्या अर्थानं जिथं पीक आहे बॉन्डेड लेबरचं ते आयडेंटिफाय करण्यामध्ये आणि इथल्या ऑफिसर्सना मदत करावी अशी मी विनंती करतो. धन्यवाद. ऑडियन्समध्ये कोणाला काही या संबंधाने प्रश्न विचारायचा असेल तर आपण विचारू शकतो.
नमस्ते सर. माझा एक प्रश्न आहे की जसं की चाइल्ड मॅरेज आणि आपण पाहतो की चाइल्ड लेबरसाठी एक हेल्पलाईन नंबर आहे. तर कधी कधी फील्डमध्ये अशा ठिकाणी आपण जातो की त्यावेळेला आपल्याला बॉन्डेड लेबर दिसतो. तर त्यावेळेला यंत्रणेला सांगण्यापुरतं सर म्हणले तसं 10 दिवस लागतात टोटली किंवा ती यंत्रणा काम करण्यासाठी टोटली. तर माझा एक प्रश्न आहे की असा एखादा हेल्पलाईन नंबर आहे का आपल्यासाठी की जेणेकरून त्या यंत्रणे म्हणजे त्या जो लेबर आहे बॉन्डेड लेबर त्याच्यापर्यंत 24 तासाच्या आतमध्ये किंवा 12 तासाच्या आतमध्ये आपण विजिट करू शकतो. तर असं काही आपल्याकडं हेल्पलाईन नंबर आहे का? हाच एक प्रश्न होता सर.
तुम्ही DLSAला सांगू शकता. DLSAचा नंबर आहे, हेल्पलाईन नंबर आहे, DLSAचा ईमेल ID आहे, मालसाला आहे, सुप्रीम कोर्टापर्यंत आपण करू शकतो, नालसापर्यंत ते सगळं आपल्याला अवेलेबल आहे. जर कोणी आणि DLSA त्याला कोऑर्डिनेट करेल कोणत्या डिपार्टमेंटकडून काय करून घ्यायचं आहे ते, आणि इतरही डिपार्टमेंटचे असतील बहुतेक.
ह्युमन राईट कमिशनचा आणि सेंट्रल लेबर मिनिस्ट्रीचाही एक नंबर आहे. मी आपल्याला 10 मिनिटानंतर देईल तो, की त्याच्यामध्ये तुम्ही कॉल केला तर तातडीनं आणि ह्युमन राईट कमिशनला कळवलं तर एकाच दिवसात त्यामध्ये ॲक्शन होते. अगदी सगळं मेलवर फोनवरच कम्युनिकेशन होतं. मी तो संदर्भ जो 6 दिवसाचा सांगितला ना तो परराज्यातील कामगारांच्या अनुषंगानं सांगितला, जे अगदी ज्यांना आपली इथली भाषाच माहिती नाही. आणि आपण जर वेठबिगारीचं प्रमाण पाहिलं असेल तर 90-95% हे फक्त परराज्यातले लोक आहेत. मराठी कामगारांना त्रास दिला जात असेल, मारहाण केली जात असेल, हे नगण्य 4-5% येतं. मॅक्झिमम ज्या केसेस आहे ह्या परराज्यातून इथे कामाला आणलेल्या आहेत आणि मग त्यांना मारहाण झाली आहे, त्यांचं शोषण झालं आहे, अशा सगळ्या घटना आहेत त्या.
सर माझी एक हीच विनंती आहे की इथं खूप सारे मान्यवर आलेले आहेत जे की सोशल वर्कर पण आहेत, NGO पण आहेत, ऑल डिपार्टमेंटचे लोक आहेत. तर आज जर हेल्पलाईन नंबर तो जर सांगितला तुम्ही तर खूप छान होईल, कारण खूप चांगल्या पद्धतीने मदत होऊ शकते. धन्यवाद सर.
15-100 1700 15 सॉरी एक्स्ट्रीमली शब्द वापस घेतो. 1500
00 म्हणा सरळ याच्यात. हा आपला विधी सेवेचा नंबर आहे. सर आपल्याला दुसऱ्या राज्याशी संपर्क साधायला जर अडचण येत असेल तर आमचे सर्व महाराष्ट्रभर देशभर DLSA आहे, त्यांच्याशी आपण कॉन्टॅक्ट करून लँग्वेज प्रॉब्लेम आपण सॉल्व करू शकतो, मदत घेऊ शकतो. एखादं लहान बाळ, मूल, चाइल्ड कोणत्याही परिस्थितीत असेल त्याला मदत करायची असेल 1096, 1098, 1091 मुलांसाठी, स्त्रियांसाठी कधीही ही हेल्पलाईन आहे. आणि रेस्क्यू केव्हा पण आपल्याला कोणत्याही प्रकारची मदत लागेल तर त्यांना आपण देऊ शकतो. पुन्हा स्त्रियांसाठी केव्हाही कोणतीही मदत पाहिजे असेल तर प्रत्येक जिल्ह्यात 1 स्टॉप सेंटर आहेत. तिथे लॉजिंग, बोर्डिंग, सर्व प्रकारची मदत, पोलीस हेल्प, मेडिकल हेल्प, लीगल एड, एव्हरीथिंग इज देअर इन ऑल डिस्ट्रिक्ट. 1 स्टॉप सेंटर आमच्याकडे सखी नाव आहे. तर आपण याची मदत घ्यावी. अशा प्रकारे आपण लहान मुलं, स्त्रिया आणि इतरांना सर्व प्रकारची मदत देऊ शकतो.
थँक्यू सर. थँक्यू. Now with the kind of this working session is over. I request honorable dignitaries on the dais to occupy seats in auditorium. One is remaining. I request Valavalkar madam to felicitate Sandeep Harmalkar with the certificate. Valavalkar madam and Sandeep Harmalkar. One contributor is remain to be felicited. We are going to pledge Before valedictory session, we are going to take a pledge. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. I request all participants to be seated. We are starting valedictory session soon. Now let us take a pledge on bonded labor. An humble request to all of you to stand up for the pledge. And also an humble request to repeat it after me. बंद बिगार पद्धतीच्या सुवर्ण महोत्सवी आम्ही संकल्प घेतो आज, हातात हात घालून फोडू अन्यायाचा अंधार आकाश. महाराष्ट्रात श्रम कधीच ठरणार नाही, कैद ना दास. बंध बिगार मुक्त राज्य घडवणं हीच आमची शपथ. हाच संकल्प खास, हाच संकल्प खास. धन्यवाद. It's a time to move towards valedictory session. It is my great privilege to invite respected Member Secretary Malsa, Shri M.S. Azmi, to grace the dais for valedictory session. To welcome respected M.S. Azmi, I invite Brito Nadar on stage. Request to welcome sir with sapling. Thank you, sir. We have amongst us a legacy of dedication and kindness, respected Shri M.S. Azmi. I humbly request respected Shri M.S. Azmi to kindly deliver the valedictory address.
Good afternoon. Already my felicitation was done in the inaugural session. Be as that may be. Now it is a valedictory session. It is a tough task because our plus sessions are very tough. At to valedictory, I will not take much time. Now we started with the inauguration session. The speech was by Dr. Melissa Valvalkar, and she had set the tone for this conference. Then Honorable Justice Guge, in his eloquent speech, stressed the importance of the working for these sectors, which is neglected sector rather. He has given stress that access to justice does not begin at the courthouse. It begins with awareness, identification, outreach, and trust. Thereafter, after inaugurations, there were several sessions. The real stories were shown, film on real stories, where a cut off finger of a labor and what type of cruelty meted to them was shown. This is really shocking. We are here in this era where we are having a constitution since more than 75 years. Still, we are facing this situation. It is very shocking for us. we are sitting here in the AC room and discussing about all these issues, but the real working, which our DLSA secretaries, our paralegal volunteers, our panel lawyers, and the civil society organization NGOs like IGM are working really hard for to remove this menace from the society. Then the sharing of thoughts that the rescue workers who are present with us, they have also rescue workers are with us, and they have also narrated their plight, what they were facing. Then our DLSA secretary from Bid, the Bid is a very much sensitive place where this problem is like an epidemic. So the working and this the persons who are working in this area are always in the radar of these person who don't those who are perpetrating this type of work. So really it is a tough task then, because lack of infrastructure, lack of coordinations and everything, there are n numbers of problems we can't discuss with here. But thanks to the timely intervention by the DLSA secretary along with all the stakeholders, I can say the IGM and the police department, labor department, and they have really worked there. Mr. Wahab pointed out that there is the act of bonded labor, eradication of bonded labor is more than 50 years, and some overhauling of the act is required to be done, considering the situation which has cropped up for the 50 years. Really, this is a matter of concern. Doctor, we are having academicians like Malviya madam, who has pointed out they are preparing they are having research units, so they can prepare a research papers. We can forward it to the NALSA or to some to the government, where because taking to revisit the act and to draft a new act or amend that, it is a purpose, it is the work of the legislation, and therefore we can only give up our suggestions if we are having a case study research oriented work. So this good issue has been raised by the DLSA secretary. Then we, in the first session, we had also discussion about the SOP, which is of the NALSA SOP on bonded labor. The niceties have been explained. Then Annapurna Singh, the additional commissioner, somebody, she pointed out that as soon as they received the information, the FIR is promptly registered, and police play a very vital role in rescue of this bonded labor. Advocate Dhale pointed out that which sections are attracted, under which section the FIR is to be registered, charge sheet is to file. So all these niceties, they look into it. Advocate Gholap pointed out that some criminal compoundable cases are there where mediation can be done, so that the laborers who are rescued, they will get immediately the compensation which will be useful for them for rehabilitation. The issue is pointed out by Trupti Patil that as narrated by Mr. Pajankar also, that she has taken very prompt step, and she has informed about the proactive role of the panel lawyer. She has flagged the issue that the panel lawyers are not getting honorarium for this work, or the honorarium is very much low. We will take up the issue with the appropriate authorities. I assure that we will take the issue, MALSA will take the issue, so that there should be something fruitful for the same. the Mr. Advocate Menenges played a very pivotal role in coordination with all these stakeholders while the rescue operation was carried out. She has explained her experience in detail. Now, just before this session, we had a very panel discussion which was presided by our senior district judge, Shetty Sahib, and Mr. Yuvraj Padiyal, who is working with the Labor Department, has raised several issues. His concern is that when the matter is reported, when the incident has occurred, then they come across they are coming to they come across this situation and they promptly act. But I want to point out here that if the revenue department's officers are here, if a new person comes, because most of the laborers are from other state, what I gathered from his entire panel discussion, that most of the laborers are from the other state, and if they are coming in a village, they are not aware about it, and how they can point out this thing. So what he pointed out is that if a new person is coming in a village, so there is a provision under the Maharashtra Village Police Act. If any new person is coming in a village, it is duty of the police patil to record it in a particular book. So I think some sensitization of the revenue authorities is required to be done at the taluka level. These police patils should record the entry and it should inform, because whoever new person is coming in a village and his activities seen, what he is doing, he should report it to the tehsildar, and therefore we can develop a system where we can ascertain the cause at its grassroots level. He also he has pointed out that sensitization is very much required. I think it is definitely required. Mr. Shinde pointed about the schemes which is taken by the state government. There are almost registration of more than 1,400 labors is done by their department. Identity card is issued. There are several schemes. Now, our DLSA Secretary, Sri Ravindra Pajankar, has also pointed out what is the role of the DLSA. DLSA acts as a bridge between all these stakeholders, and DLSA त्यांनी त्याची व्याख्या जिथे कमी तिथे आम्ही त्याचे अनुषंगाने केलेली आहे. सो आय थिंक DLSA इज एव्हरीवेअर. जसं आम्ही म्हणतो कधी कोणतं याला ज्याचा कोणी नाही त्याचा आम्ही आहोत मालसा, तर तसं DLSA इज देअर. वी आर नॉट रिस्ट्रिक्टेड टू दी कोर्टरूम्स, but our role is not only awareness, outreach, and to that extent, but we are acting as a bridge between all the stakeholders to subserve the cause of the society and subserve the cause of the constitutional mandate. So this DLSA plays a very vital role. There is the role of the committee under the NALSA scheme. Then we had Karuna Malviya. She has pointed out the role of the universities and universities for the purpose of this implementation of this act. A very vital issue has been raised by her that the students coming to their college are from such background that they are not understanding the plight of the people, what is the ground reality, what is going on in the interior part of the country. So if they are taken into consideration, or these institutions are taken into consideration, they will involve these students. So they will, when they are the future of the country, and once they are involved and they will understand the real cause, so naturally we will get a good society tomorrow, and they can, if they are having first-hand experience, they can really work, and they can, by their intellectual capacity, they can have a research-oriented study for the betterment of this sector of the society. So I think the entire conference, the deliberations were on each and every topic. I don't want to become a barrier between you and your proposed journey to your destinations, but I think the overall conference was fruitful in the sense we had a deliberation, we had thought-provoking sessions, and the experience shares by various stakeholders. I will request the IGM to prepare a note of this conference where we can work together to see that something good is evolved for the betterment of this neglected sector of the society. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We are grateful for these motivating and inspirational words. As we are near the conclusion of this program, it is time to pause to acknowledge with the deep appreciation the efforts and contributions that have made this event both meaningful and impactful. To extend gratitude and formally convey vote of thanks, I request Shri Shripad Deshpande, Deputy Secretary, Maharashtra State Legal Services Authority.
who contributed. We are deeply grateful to Honorable Shri Justice Ravindra V. Ghuge, Senior Administrative Judge, High Court of Bombay, and Executive Chairman, Maharashtra State Legal Services Authority for his guidance and leadership, which continue to inspire and strengthen our collective efforts towards ensuring justice for the most vulnerable section of the society. I also place on record our sincere thanks to Shri M.S. Azmi, Member Secretary Mhalsa, for his vision, direction, and constant support in shaping this consultation and in guiding the deliberations towards meaningful and practical outcomes. I would also like to acknowledge the valuable partnership and support of International Justice Mission, Srimati Valavalkar Madam and his entire team, whose collaboration has contributed significantly to the planning and conduct of this consultation. Today's program has been enriched by thoughtful discussion across multiple sessions ranging from law enforcement and court responses to rehabilitation, compensation, and implementation of the schemes. The insight shared by resource person, moderators, panelists, and subject experts have provided valuable clarity on the challenges and solutions in addressing the bonded labor. The survivor testimonies shared during the consultation were particularly impactful. They reminded us that behind every policy and every procedure lies a human life, and that our efforts must ultimately be judged by the dignity, freedom restored to the individual. We sincerely thank the secretaries of District Legal Services Authorities, officers of Mhalsa, Enforcement Agency, Labor Social Welfare Departments, legal aid lawyer, paralegal volunteers, academicians, and civil society organizations for their active participations and constructive engagement throughout the day. Last but not least, I sincerely gratitude Srimati Revati Deshpande for conducting this program in timely manner. As we conclude, it is our collective responsibility to ensure that the discussion held today do not remain confined to this hall, but are translated into coordinated action at the district and grassroots level. With these words, I thank all participants once again for their presence, cooperation, and commitment, and I wish everyone a safe journey ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Before proceeding towards national anthem, an important instruction. All DLSS secretaries and IGM team members are requested to gather for a group photo after national anthem. I request you all to rise for the national anthem and technical team to play.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा.
I request all the participants to kindly join high tea. Once again, thank you all. Have a great evening and a safe journey. Thank you.